My father spent most of his childhood years in the village. This happened when he was like 9 or 10 years old, as he remembers. I need to mention that he was never a religious person, or anything like that. He was a normal person, but had a very realistic perspective on life. He didn't tell this incident to anyone other than his mother when he was young, but when he heard similar stories from his relatives from the village about that specific area, he did believe that his experience was probably not a dream, nor a hallucination. My father's house was outside of the village, and also on the top of the hill. It was difficult to reach their house on foot, but there was a shortcut that goes around that hill, and people who knew about that shortcut would sometimes prefer to use this path. It was a pathway rather than a road, narrow but less rough than the other road. Those who know this road also know that the path is an uncanny place. It has not a very clean past. There's a story about that road my father heard from his father. 4 or more centuries ago, when the Mongol invasion of Anatolia, Mongolians attacked this village and killed every living being in the village in this place, and put their heads to the spikes along the path. People used to call this place Kabatas, because it's also full of steep and sharp little stones. It means rough stones in Turkish. The thing is, no one would love to use this path if it's not really necessary. As I said, because this place has not a very pleasant past. One summer afternoon, my father started walking towards his house. He used this way because he needed to hurry. The road was not that long. There were even neighbours living in their own houses just beyond the bifurcation at the end of the road. He walked a little more on the stony road, then stopped. More precisely, he had to stop. A stone protruded wall appeared right in front of him, a wall he had never seen before. Why would anyone build a wall on that narrow pathway anyway, he asked himself. But the path was continuing just behind the wall after all. It was like a newly built stone wall. He first thought was whether the neighbours knitted it. It was odd, but the wall wasn't so long. The height of the wall was probably 150 to 160 centimetres, and the length of the wall was approximately 200 centimetres. But of course, it's beyond the height of my father, who's still a small child. It was still a simple wall that he could overcome in 2 moves. No passing from the right to the left of the wall, and as the weather started to get dark, he wanted to climb the wall and continue on his way in order to return home. When he climbed the wall and gave his hand to where we thought the stones were over, he realised that the wall was not finished. However hard he tried to climb, he couldn't reach the top of this wall. It seemed ridiculous. He probably thought the reason why he couldn't reach the top was his plastic shoes, but he was sure that he had been firmly on his feet and touched at the top. He asked himself, "Oh my God, how is this possible? Why is it not ending?" Now he's tired of climbing. There was a growing feeling inside of him that someone was watching him and maybe playing with him. He's just starting to get scared. The weather was almost dark. He thought it would be bad if I fell, even if I could break my bones, because he was sure he was very high from the ground. He felt the fear in his heart. In that case, a person like my dad started to pray to God. Then he fell to the ground with a bang. The wall collapsed on its own, and my father was buried under the rubble. He couldn't get up from the ground. Then he thinks he passed out there, and a few hours later, my uncle saw my father lying there. A little boy, half of his body under the stones, caught his attention. He saw, this child is my father. He fainted. He held him and carried him home. He tells my grandmother where he found my father. My grandmother said, "Oh, my son, were you so tired? Haven't you found another place to sleep than the cursed land?" My father told her about what happened to him. There's a widespread belief in that region, especially expressed by the ancients. If you're wandering alone at deserted places, something would play games to you, like the short wall that never ends when climbing. Maybe it's just the games of our minds, but I'll try to prove otherwise. Regardless of my skepticism, I've experienced 3 incidences that I've never been able to explain. They happened between the ages of 13 and 18, and even now, more than 20 years later, they keep me up at night as I try to make sense of them. The first incident is as follows. Back when I was 13 years old, I was living in Manchester, UK, with my mother. We had been staying in a semi-detached house for a few years, but were in the process of packing for a move to a new house in the same area. One night at approximately 7 p.m, my mother and I were sitting in the living room watching TV. There was a knock at the door, so I got up and answered it. A friend wanted to know if I was playing out, but we just ended up chatting on the front doorstep. Suddenly, in the middle of our conversation, I hear a woman's voice shouting from upstairs. The voice said, "Hello, can you hear me? I'm over here. Can't you see me?" Immediately, my mother screamed hysterically from the living room. I ran into the room to check on her, and she was sitting on the couch, shaking and truly looking terrified. I asked her what had happened. She told me that a woman's voice had whispered something in her ear. "What did it say?" I asked. "Hello, can you hear me? I'm over here. Can't you see me?" Word for word, my mum told me the same thing that I'd heard shouted from upstairs. The first half-decent weapon I found was a tennis racket, so I took upstairs and searched everywhere. I looked in every room, under the beds and in the wardrobes. Couldn't find anyone. My friend didn't see anyone come down the stairs. It was late in the evening, and I was in the living room watching TV. Bored with what was on the TV, I looked for the remote so I could change the channel. I checked all over for the remote, on the couch, under the cushions, by the TV, and on the floor. After an unsuccessful search, I gave up and decided to read a comic. As we were mostly packed up for a move to a new house, the main living room light fitting had been removed. This meant that I had to take my comic to the opposite end of the living room, where the lamp was. As I was reading, the TV turned off. At first, I assumed that a power cut was the cause, but I quickly ruled this out because the lamp was still on. I went over to the TV and noticed the red standby light. This meant that the TV had been switched off by the remote. I then turned around and saw the remote resting on the arm of the couch, pointing at the TV. Given what had happened 2 weeks earlier, this was my cue to go upstairs to bed. I took my comic book up to the bathroom and continued to read it on the toilet. During this time, I heard movement outside the bathroom door. I called out, "Mom, is that you?" I got no answer. The movement stopped. Again, I called out and the movement commenced. I leaned down to inspect under the door. 2 distinct shadows were moving about like shuffling feet, blocking out the landing light. Now a little scared, I said, "Mom, if that's you, say something. This isn't funny." The movement seemed to get closer to the bathroom door, and that's when the door handle started moving downwards, as if someone was trying to get in. Luckily, the toilet door was very close to the door, so I quickly reached out and locked the door. The door handle went back up, and the movement became more distant before stopping altogether. I sat on the toilet for another 20 minutes before I had the courage to leave the bathroom. When I finally left, I checked my mother's bedroom door, which was still firmly shut. I then ran into my room and jumped into bed and under the covers. I have considered the possibility that my mother was sleepwalking and simply didn't hear me calling out. Maybe I didn't notice the sound of a door opening. After the first noise, however, I was on high alert, listening for every sound, so I'm certain that I would have heard her door close if she went back to her bedroom. I'm not claiming that a ghost was responsible. It's just another experience that I've never been able to explain. Me and my mum moved to this innocent-looking, small and weirdly pink house. It was a duplex, and the whole neighbourhood was really nice and quiet. House was probably built before World War II. Strange things started happening about 5 months after we moved in. At least to me. First pipes, radiators and sinks started leaking. Water was literally coming from the floor of the basement, from under the bathtub, from the roof, and even from walls in some parts. It was a newly renovated home, but since some mistakes can happen, we called my father. He's a plumber, so he could evaluate the situation. He couldn't explain what was wrong, but tried to fix the radiator, sink, and bathtub. At this point, we were thinking that there were some construction problems in the basement, And maybe because the home was old, we should call some other specialist, and we did. At this point, I started to experience this foul smell waking me up in the middle of the night. A smell that reminded me of an animal of some sort. I was feeling watched at these instances, and after a while was even experiencing this feeling of something sitting on top of me. I was studying psychology at that time, so I was almost 100% sure that this was sleep paralysis, and I tried to stay calm and not worry too much, even if I was sure that this is not normal. There were many situations when I was hearing noises from the attic and felt that I was being touched, but I was always blaming it on my imagination. We were often fighting, so I left the doors to the porch open. You see, they had this tendency to stay open, even when I made sure to close them with the key and check the handle to be super sure. My mom was a bit obsessed about those doors, and now I know why. 2 years have passed, and my grandmother and her man were visiting. So I was sleeping with my mom in the same room, and grandparents in her bedroom on the first floor. I was awoken by noise from the kitchen, and decided that I should go to the bathroom since I was awake. Past the stairway, I saw the light and heard noises of someone making tea or something in the kitchen. When I came back to my room, Mom asked me, "They can't sleep or what?" I said that probably, and went to bed. In the morning, when we were eating breakfast, Mom asked them why they were so loud at night, and obviously they said, "We thought it was you." At that point, my mom said, "Oh, so ghosts again?" This was so random, because we haven't spoken about it ever. She said that she experienced some messed up stuff here, and that she even called 2 exorcists. The first one helped for about a week, and the second for half of a year. I was shocked, since my mom was always so skeptical, and was almost making fun of paranormal stuff. That changed. I was upstairs having my fun with an attic dweller, and she had her burglar coming from the basement. She was even sleeping with a knife for a while. Besides the doors opening randomly, we had this intercom that wasn't working. We were sure that it's out because the cable was cut and visible. So we had to go to the garden gate and open it for the guests by hand. Despite this, some guests were hearing the sound of the intercom and the gate was opening for them without our knowledge. There were many more strange things happening, but I don't want to bore you. One thing I can say is that the longer we stayed and ignored it, the calmer the house was. When we were moving out, my mum asked this old neighbour if he would like to take our garden table and chairs, so we came to pick them up. He gave us some backstory to this house. He asked why we were moving out, and my mum said that the house is not great for us, and he answered, "Yep, I know that you wouldn't last long." He said that none of the previous families stayed in it long, and they almost all had some family problems after a while. After a hesitation, he said that there was a murder in our pink home. Some 2 guys were holding this girl hostage. They did some bad things to her that I prefer not to mention. After hearing that, we were really glad we left. But not really. I think something has moved with me. While getting ready for work this morning, I remembered I needed to go into our attic and count a few things for some renovation work I'm doing on our house. We have a pull-down attic access that's located in the ceiling of our main hallway and is almost directly above our bathroom door. My wife was in the bathroom applying makeup in front of the sink, while my 22-month-old daughter was sitting on the bathroom counter, just 6 inches away from my wife, playing with a toothbrush when I heard my daughter say hi, which I thought she was directing the hi to my wife, which is something she does a lot. So I thought nothing of it, until I closed the attic access and entered the bathroom, where my wife had an odd what the fuck look on her face. I asked her why she has that face, and she says, "When you got on the attic, Quinn," my daughter, looked up and said hi. When I looked at her to say hi back, I noticed she was looking at the wall, and said hi again. Then slowly lifted her head up as if she was watching someone walk closer to her, then tucked her arms into her side and giggled. My wife asked my daughter who she was talking to. My daughter didn't say anything back, but just at that moment, the plastic makeup container my wife was holding closed as if it was slapped shut. By this time in the story, I had come down from the attic and entered the bathroom. Not seeing anything happen with my own eyes, but I did hear the conversation my wife and daughter had. This is the first ever experience my wife or I have had since we've lived in our house, besides some odd giggling and random pointing that my daughter has done throughout the past year. Like I said, nothing wild, but definitely made an impact on my wife, who isn't a I believe in ghosts type of person, and usually calls bullshit on ghost stories. This happened to me as a kid, and I still think about it a lot. At the time, I was about 12 or 13, I think, and I was doing a kayak trip down a river in a very rural part of France. This was an autonomous trip, as in we were carrying tents and all of our stuff, slept in the wild or campsites, and went down a significant portion of the river as a group, with other kids and a couple adults. What I saw happened about 1 week into the trip. It was a 3-week trip, so we were pretty far into the wild. We stopped for the night on a riverbank. I pulled my kayak onto the beach and wandered a bit further to check out where we could sleep. Just to explain the location, we stopped on a rocky riverbank that was slightly inclined towards a thick line of large trees with a clearing behind them. Suddenly, as I approached the trees, I felt extremely strange, kind of woozy, and felt compelled to look up towards the trees. I saw the clearing in between the two trees with a very long open plain stretching up behind it, with a deep blue sky and the base of hills on the sides. This seemed strange to me, as there weren't many plains where we were, and the view seemed very surreal, like it wasn't the same time and space we were supposed to be in. It felt like a fantasy landscape, even though it wasn't very far from some landscapes I've seen. In the background, I heard a sort of musical piping, but it felt very ethereal and weird. I could hear it very distinctly, yet it felt far away, like an echo. The closest I've got to that sound since was hearing a high-pitched harmonica, but it wasn't exactly the same. What I heard sounded more like a crystalline and pure. I stared at the opening for what felt like hours, until someone called me and I snapped out of it and looked away. I turned back, and the opening wasn't there anymore. Just a regular clearing, no more planes or anything. I honestly don't know what happened. I don't think it could have been heat stroke or something, as I felt absolutely fine afterwards, and we hadn't even been that active that day. Weirdly, I felt a sense of longing every time I think about those planes, like I was supposed to go in or something. So I rented this house, but it's been in the family of my landlord, Nancy, since it was built in 1929. She lives 1.5 acres behind me in her own home, and she also owns the house next to mine on the corner. Her house was built on family land in the 1980s, and there's approximately 35 acres of bean farm that's also a part of this large plot I live on. So the home I live in is the original farmhouse for the Miller family here in northwestern Ohio. Now we, my husband, our 2 kids, our dog and I, moved in here on the 1st of April of this year. It's a quaint little farmhouse with 2 bedrooms, original shiplap along the mudroom walk, and original millwork along the window casings and floorboards. The newest part of the home is the garage, which is completely made of cinder block and no frills. I absolutely love old homes with original details, and we've been fixing it up a bit, as Nancy, our landlord, is suffering from cancer, and I want to make sure she's looking after herself and not worrying about us or peeling latex paint on the doors. Everything was normal about this place, aside from some well water issues that were quickly fixed with the installation of a water softener, but we really enjoyed being here. It's a quaint little house, just big enough for us, and I loved living here. Until one morning while I was getting ready for school. I'm going back to school for a degree in physical therapy, after not being able to find a job in my original major, early childhood education. I get up every morning at the same time, 6 o'clock. And this particular morning, my husband, who's a police officer, had the day off, so he was going to let our kids sleep in with him, instead of making me haul them off in the dark to the sitter's house. I was getting dressed in our living room so as not to wake my husband or my son, who likes to co-sleep, with the lights on in our room, when I saw it. The door to my children's room was open. Someone was standing there staring at me, half hiding behind the doorframe. That someone was about a head taller than either of my children, with a full head of dirty blonde curls. In a second, it slowly pulled its head back and vanished. And now, for reference, my daughter's bed is up against the wall, and the foot of her bed is right at the door frame to accommodate both twin-sized beds, and their dressers in the same room. So there is in fact no way anyone could stand at the end of a bed and hide behind the door frame at the same time. I raced into their room, and not only was my daughter asleep at the top of her bed, but she was holding her giant cow stuffed animal, and they were both tucked in. I woke my husband up, and he saw that I was visibly shaken up. He said my pupils were huge and I was shaking. After explaining what I saw, he went in to check for himself, and when he came back, I wasn't in any better shape. He asked if he should treat me for shock, and I said no, but I know what I saw. This was about 2 months ago, and the reason I'm sharing this now is because another incident happened tonight, to my husband. He was brushing my daughter's hair after a bath, and he said a black shadow crossed the threshold in my children's room, and he yelled for me. Goosebumps were all over his arms and legs, and my daughter was asking, "Who's in there, Dad?" She's 3 years old. Then, as we're putting them to sleep, a little Tyke's toy circus goes off on top of their toy box several times. My husband calls to me from the bathroom to come and see what's happening, and it goes off one last time while I'm approaching it. None of their toys have ever gone off by themselves since moving here, especially not this one. It's a tiny circus that only makes music when the little acrobat is on the tightrope and you lift one side to make him slide across. We plan on installing cameras in their room and the toy area to keep monitoring the situation this weekend. But the 1929 farmhouse seems to have come with a lot more than was listed in the rental agreement. I've been married to my husband for 5 years. He's a Marine Corps veteran of 9 years, 2 tours to Afghanistan during his first push-through measure with OEF, totaling 14 months. He's now a police officer, and his 1 year on the streets has seen more than I'd like to acknowledge. He jumps at loud noises. He hates watching the ends of military movies where they show memories of fallen service members. He always sits where he can see the door at a restaurant, but he's never had a nightmare. Not in the 5 years we've been married. Last night, it's about 1:15. We'd been comfortably asleep for quite some time, and out of nowhere, my husband started making these sounds deep in his throat. At first I thought it was our dog, Nike, who sleeps on my side of the bed. It took a minute and it happened again. I called out to her to shush, and she got up and put her head on the side of the bed. While I'm reassuring her, he does it again. Finally realising it's my husband, I shake him awake. His eyes fly open after a minute and he whispers, "I saw it." Instantly, my blood runs cold. He grabs my wrist in the dark and says a little louder, "I saw it." Trying to remain calm myself, I ask him what he saw and what he's talking about. I'm terrified there might be someone in the house, and I ask if I need to get the kids. He tells me everything. He thought it was real. Our daughter had run into our bedroom crying, saying there's a woman in her room and she was scared of her. My husband picked her up and comforted her, tucking her in between us. She settled in and he looked out our door into the living room before our son came in moments later screaming. This is a common real-life occurrence. They come in, crying or not, and want us to cuddle them back to sleep. He asked our son what's wrong, and though his speech isn't as good as his sister, he said, "Saw a lady. Don't like Lady Daddy. She's scary." At this point, my husband says a black shadow stands in the doorway, and the kids start screaming. Apparently through all this commotion, I didn't wake up. He pulls a gun, not knowing what good it will do, and that's when it happened. His whole body freezes up, and he cannot make a sound, and he cannot move. He's trying to scream and wake me up to get the babies, but he can't. And that's when I heard his sounds in his throat and woke him up. It was a nightmare. His first experience with sleep paralysis, and I could tell he was shaken up. I told him I was going to check the kids, and I'd bring him some water. The babies were fine, sleeping soundly. He was upright in bed, staring at his hands when I came back. I felt awful. I explained sleep paralysis to him and told him to Google it when he was ready and see if the symptoms matched what he felt at that moment. I'm not sure if sleep paralysis and spiritual activity are associated, linked or correlated. But he seems to think it has to be. With activity gearing up in our home, he wants to know everything he can about how to deal with the effects of living in a home with ghosts. I have no way to tangibly prove the story I'm about to tell outside of my own words, as it was a one-time anomalous event that myself and my sister experienced almost 10 years ago, but it has nevertheless remained stuck in the minds of my immediate family. When I was about 10 years old, and my sister was 11, me and her were hanging out in her bedroom at about 11 p.m. Our bedrooms were right next to each other, so it was common for us to meet in her room late at night to talk and play on our DSs and such. After a while of sitting around and talking, me and my sister heard something very strange and startling that we've never been able to explain. We heard what sounded like an incredibly automated, emotionless, disembodied voice speak. I have no recollection of what specifically it said, but I remember its tone of voice like it was yesterday. It was vacant of emotion, almost robotic, and sounded deep and masculine. My sister had nothing in her bedroom that could have generated this noise naturally. This was in around 2009, so smartphones and the like weren't readily available as they are now. We were obviously incredibly shaken by this, but decided not to act on it immediately out of fear of annoying our parents and older brother and giving away that we were staying up late. We rationalised that it might have been someone outside her window on the street, or a nearby car radio. However, minutes passed, and we eventually heard it again. It sounded more hurried and apprehensive this time. At this point, me and my sister were scared out of our minds, so we ran to alert our parents. We were in my sister's bedroom on the second floor of our house, and elected to run downstairs to tell our mother. When we got downstairs, however, we found our mother collapsed on the couch unconscious and foaming at the mouth. We immediately woke up our father and brother, who promptly called 911 and got my mother help. We would later come to know that my mother was having a seizure caused by a brain tumour. This tumour would later be successfully removed, and my mother is still alive today. I personally don't believe that there's any correlation between the voice me and my sister heard and my mother's seizure. I do, however, believe wholeheartedly that had me and my sister not heard that voice, my mother might not be alive today. Had we not heard it, we would never have gone downstairs and found her having a seizure. Today, me and my sister regularly recollect on this occurrence, and my mother claims that it may have been a guardian angel of sorts. Regardless, I still owe a lot to that strange disembodied voice that me and my sister heard. I've recently started working at a seasonal hotel on the Italian northern coast. Since I've always had an interest in the paranormal, among the first things I did once I'd started my job there was asking the owner and his mother, who got hold of the building back in 1973, every possible detail about the hotel and what it used to be. The owner's mother explained to me how it had been a hotel for several years before they bought it, but that it had been left closed for so long, it was an absolute wreck before then. It was a hospital for young pregnant women who didn't have a husband or a family to support them. When she told me that, during the first 2 months on the job, so halfway through it, I wondered how it could have been possible that no paranormal activity had ever been recorded there. I even got to learn from my boss at the very beginning of the job that a man died there just a few years back, and really thought he was making it up to spice things up a bit and make me more excited about starting. Turns out it was absolutely true. An old man died due to extreme heat after getting back from the beach. It's not something so unusual here, and I guess it applies to any area that gets through very hot summers. The hotel has been closed since mid-September. I worked there for about 3 months and a half, stayed a bunch of nights even, without ever experiencing, sensing, or hearing anything that seemed out of place. I did think that it might have been because the nightlife was way too much, and too many people were in the hotel, basically causing an energetic pollution that would prevent paranormal occurrences from manifesting. Then, the dead season for our area came. Everything grew silent and rather gloomy, and I, having become close with my boss, kept going to the hotel, even for several days in a row, listening to and making music, playing video games, experimenting with cuisine, even threw a couple parties. It was just the two of us and his dog a good 85% of the time. things started getting weirder then. He noticed a foul smell coming out of some spot under the reception desk, something like sewer smell, changing slightly from time to time, with an spectre that went from, let's say, decomposing flesh to rotten eggs. It was never too strong, and you'd be unable to smell it after stepping just a few feet back from the desk. What got us puzzled was how the smell would come from a spot where only wires and electronics would be, rather than the bar sink, for example, which is just about 3 meters far from the desk. Not to mention my position was exactly that of reception and marketing, meaning I would be sitting at that desk for several hours a day and never smelling a thing. My boss said he had definitely smelled it this summer too, though it was a lot fainter. I actually have quite an efficient sense of smell, and it did surprise me how he was so sure it has happened a couple of times through the summer too. Since my boss is quite a sensitive person, when I got to lose over my sensitivity to paranormal matters after dealing with it in a way that was stressing me out, I just realised perhaps the smell wasn't something completely physical and normal. My doubts got stronger after noticing his dog seemed to take an interest in the area the smell was coming from, without really acting like the lively and goofy dog he is. He'd rather stop a few feet far from the spot and stare at it. One night, while we were in the hotel kitchen making dinner, the dog started looking towards the door to the reception as if he heard something, then ran through the corridor to the desk. I followed him, thinking there could have been someone at the door. Instead, he stopped at the desk, staring at the spot the smell came from. He's a very loyal and clingy dog. He doesn't leave his owner's side easily. Still, he did that thing of running to the desk and staring at that same spot a bunch of times. I don't understand how he could sense something normal going on in there from another room, several feet away, since he can't even really hear you calling him in a normal voice tone from the same distance. To add up to it, this is where surveillance cameras come into play. One night, some guys attempted to get inside the hotel, thinking it was empty. My boss, who was actually sleeping there, heard them and called the police, with whom he got to check the security cameras recordings, which he showed me the next day. I was definitely hype about getting to see the videos, honestly hoping to spot something odd, and I wasn't disappointed. Two things caught our attention. A strong glare on the back door's glass, which looked like a flashlight being moved from not too far inside the hotel, behind the curtains. A tall wall stands between our hotel and the neighbouring one, making it impossible for the light to be coming from there. It lasts just for a few seconds. It just goes on and then off. This happens about an hour before the culprits come in, at around 3:30 a.m. Then, between 4:30 and 5 a.m, a white figure comes out of a dark area in the back of the hotel, running without activating the motion lights. Then just seconds later, one of the intruders runs back into the same spot, activating the motion lights. What's odd about the first figure is, needless to say, how they don't trigger the light. The fact that they have no discernible traits, just a white, human-shaped figure. And lastly, how it was coming out of a spot that had no way in. There should have been a piece of the tape where this person was walking in before running out. Something tells me there's a way for the person in a light-coloured hoodie to look like that, and that they somehow managed to run past a blind spot for the motion detector, though neither I nor my boss can wrap our head around how that person got in that spot without taking the only possible way in. The second figure looks so much more human, a shady yet casual guy in a hoodie. You can see where the hood ends and a few facial traits. Not much, since his head is turned almost completely back to the camera. It's rather puzzling how contrasting the two images are, even before the light goes on. The camera captures the second man's details, not making him look like some sort of apparition, as it is for the first figure. Being a bit of an anxious guy, my boss didn't really feel like further investigating the surveillance camera tapes, and didn't bring up the odd parts of the event again. We both moved back to our places just a couple days ago, so the hotel is currently unattended, and will stay so for at least another month or two. I really wonder if anything weird will be taking place there, when no one is watching. I was on a car ride with my mother earlier today, going back to the family house from the city. We were taking the usual road when at about 6 minutes from our destination, in an area just behind our neighbourhood, we saw what seemed to be a massive dim light, smoke or fog, which moved slightly from the tree area down to the side of the road, and then flew right away at a considerable speed, disappearing into thin air as soon as we approached it with the car. I'm really trying to figure out a more, let's say, realistic explanation for this that doesn't involve some kind of spirit or apparition, etc. Not because I'm an absolute skeptic. I've had at least another notable experience in the past, actually, but this one feels so weird to me. I'm wondering if this just wasn't some kind of rare atmospheric phenomena. To go further into detail, we were just about 6 feet away from the thing before it took off. It was rather large, but despite the size and short distance, neither my mother or I could discern any trait at all. It was like a shapeless mass of white smoke. When we got close enough to almost drive through it, it flew off and disappeared mid-air without changing its shape like smoke or steam would normally do. It just gradually turned transparent and disappeared within seconds. Another thing that weirds me out is how it didn't seem to follow the airflow of the car at all. It just moved slightly to the left, opposite to where it came from, and then flew straight upwards, and it was way faster than the car. Since whatever it was, my mother obviously didn't want to hit it. I immediately looked up, trying to follow it with my eyes, but I couldn't see a thing at all, which also doesn't really make sense to me, considering how visible it was before the car lights were close enough. It didn't seem to disappear into darkness, but rather to dissolve. I'm wondering if this can be compatible with any known atmospheric phenomena. If any of you have any similar experiences, or anything. It's hard to believe this happened 5 years ago. Every time Halloween rolls around and I see the flood of pumpkins in stores and on porches, I'm reminded of the strangest night me and my brother experienced. My mother left my father when I was around 10 or so. I was never upset over that. Even at that age, I knew we were better off not having him around. It took us 6 years to find another partner, and he came with a son. A new stepbrother, 3 years younger than myself. I struggled to find things in common with him. He liked video games, I liked sports. He watched flashy cartoons, and I went to parties. I did like him, but any time we spoke, it was hard to keep a conversation going. He started to draw, which extended into pumpkin carving. He also wanted to dress up as one of the characters in his shows. Something Japanese with a weird outfit and a wig he styled himself. I thought it looked kind of lame, but never would say that to his face. Whatever made him happy, I was glad to support. A few days before Halloween, I was on my way out to class and I saw something sticking out of the trash in the grey morning light. I also didn't see the pumpkin my little brother carefully carved some sort of cartoon animal into. I lifted the trash lid to see his wig and costume sitting on top. That worried me. It worried me a lot. The cardboard sword he'd made snapped in half and stained with trash, but I could save the rest of the costume. I gathered it up and went inside. My parents in the kitchen, about to head to work. They saw the costume in my hands and knew something I didn't. Colin is in his room. He says he's not feeling well and we're letting him stay home today, my mother explained. I set the costume down on the table and knew I was going to be late for school. I honestly didn't care. I might not be good at being a big brother yet, but I needed to try. I went up to his room, his door still covered with mini posters of his favourite characters. I knocked but let myself in, spotting my brother hiding under the covers. "Hey buddy, I heard you're not feeling good. Do you want me to get you something?" I offered. "Don't you have school?" he said from under his blankets. "I can skip a class, or a whole day if you want," I said, hoping for a good answer. "No, it's fine." I stood awkwardly in the doorway, looking at the figures and plushies he carefully collected with his hard-earned pocket money. Aside from how the girl figures were dressed, I didn't see anything wrong with him liking this stuff. I did try watching some of his shows, but I just didn't understand the appeal. And really, what was with the girls in those shows having so much cleavage? Wasn't that a bit much for a cartoon? I walked over to his bed and sat down, knowing someone needed to talk to him about the missing pumpkin and costume issue. "Why was your costume in the trash?" I asked gently and waited. When he didn't answer, I kept going. "Did someone tease you for it?" A slight nod came from under the blankets. "Jason. He smashed my pumpkin too. I can't prove it, but who else would have done it?" my brother said, his voice sounding like he might cry. Listen, Jason is an asshole. We both know that. Do you really care what a jerk like him has to say? His opinion doesn't matter, I told him. That's pretty easy to say, but it still hurts. My brother was brought up. Yeah, that made sense. It was hard to just ignore someone saying cruel things and destroying something you spent a lot of time on. I sat trying to think of something to help him feel better. I've never been bullied before. I'm sure people tried, but I never cared about what they said. Colin was a bit more sensitive and honestly too nice for his own good. Yeah, it is easy to say, but saying it is the first step of making it true, right? Listen, this year might be the last one you can go trick-or-treating, and I want to go with the costume you made. I'll go with you, so if Jason tries anything, I'll kick his ass. Colin poked his head out from under the blankets, eyes and cheeks red. I loved this kid I'd only known for a few years. I just didn't know how we could fully connect like brothers should. My sword is broken. I got upset. Besides, don't you work? I did have a part-time job to pay for my car the moment I could drive. I still shouldn't be driving on my own yet, but I looked old enough and was careful so I never got pulled over. Halloween was a very busy day, and I could get a load of tips, but I could work next year. We might not get another year of me being able to take him trick-or-treating. Don't worry about it. We'll buy you a new sword tonight, and I'll get you a pumpkin. We'll keep it inside until Halloween, so no one touches it. We'll get the best pumpkin, not a lame one from Walmart. One you'll pick out from Harvard's patch like he wanted. The Harvard pumpkin patch was a bit out to drive out of town. It was the reason why Colin got a pumpkin from the store instead of making an event of picking one out. Both of our parents worked, and I didn't have the time to get one with him early in the season. I swore tonight we would get the pumpkin the way he wanted. Thanks, Harvey, Colin whispered from under his blankets. At least he sounded a bit better. I don't think I really solved the problem, but this talk helped a little. I patted his blanket and got up to head to school. I was only a little bit late, and my teachers didn't really care. My brother stayed home from school that day, and I didn't blame him. I had no idea how long he was bullied. The pent-up emotions that caused him to rip his handcrafted sword and toss his costume might have been building up since the start of the school year. After tonight and getting his choice pumpkin, I needed to talk with my parents to see what else we could do for him. My job kept me late because I told my boss I couldn't work on Halloween. Other people could cover me, but no one worked as fast as I did. As punishment, I was forced to stay an hour later, even though I couldn't prove that fact. It was already dark by the time I got off work. I rushed home still in my uniform. Colin finished dinner and he sadly said it was fine and we didn't need to go anywhere that night. I did what any big brother would. I picked him up and carried him to the car, pretending like I was kidnapping him. We went to the party shop first for a new sword because it was going to close in 10 minutes. He picked out a plastic one that I thought looked pretty neat. He said it wasn't a katana, but it was close enough. I didn't know the difference between the types of swords. Colin gladly explained it to me on the way to the pumpkin patch. I felt happy he finally cheered up a little and nodded along to a lot of Japanese names I couldn't understand. We arrived at Harvard's, the parking lot empty and the storefront dark. I cursed under my breath, wondering what to do. If the place was closed, I didn't know when we could come by again. I suppose on Halloween after school I worked. But I knew it took Colin hours to carve his pumpkin. I wanted to give him time to make what he wanted and not rush his carving to have it done. I looked at my mirror and spotted Colin's defeated expression. This would not do at all. Come on, we're getting a pumpkin, I told him and got out the car. But that's stealing, he protested and followed me. It's not stealing. I'll pay for it. I'll slip the money under the shop door or something. Don't worry about it. Even if we do get caught, I'll take all the blame, I explained as I started to walk towards the tall stone wall that enclosed the patch. I think the wall was more to creep people out inside of keeping anyone out. The iron gate opened with no issue, and I winced at the noise. I expected the owners to come rushing out, but nothing happened. I did have enough money to pay for whatever we took. I didn't see anything wrong with what we were doing. My little brother tagged along with an extremely stressed look on his face. For some reason, he kept his fake sword in hand as if some sort of comfort. I led him deeper into the patch because most of the good pumpkins were already picked for it being so close to Halloween. I used my phone as a flashlight for us to see. I kept asking my brother what he wanted, and he just shook his head. his smile from before not returning. A few feet from the wall, I spotted a decent-sized pumpkin, and one pretty well formed. Perfect for carving. How about this one? It looks pretty nice. Some good areas to carve, I said, getting down low to shine the light on it to get a better look. Yeah, it's good. We should get it and go, Colin replied. I told you, it's not stealing. We'll pay for this. Here, hold my phone. I handed over my phone so I could try and remove the pumpkin from the vine, finding it kind of hard to do so. The vine thick and rough against my hands. I didn't want to snap the stem off either. The stem added character. I kept twisted and pulled. I put all my strength into trying to snap it off and did the one thing I didn't want to do. I snapped the stem off too close to the pumpkin, ruining it. I cursed, my voice echoing through the dark field. We'll find another one. I'll figure out how... I told Colin, my hands raw from the failed effort. When I looked up to take back my phone, I was shocked to see tears in his eyes. It's all right. You don't need to do any of this. I know wanting a pumpkin is childish. I know you don't even like me. The last words had choked out in a sob, and I almost didn't make them out. I stayed on my knees and went over to him, my hands on his shoulders and chest aching. I really did a terrible job these past few years, if this is how he felt. How long did he let that idea sit and eat away at him? Was it the entire time we've known each other? Buddy, hey, I like you, I do. Just because I don't really get that stuff you like doesn't mean I don't like you. I really should have put more of an effort into getting to know you, even if your things aren't my things. I never should have made you feel the way you do. I'm not really good at this older brother thing. It's just sort of happened, and I let myself get busy with work and school. I should have focused more on you, because you're... My words got cut off by a sudden loud snapping sound that blasted through the field. The ground under our feet shook, and I wrapped my body around Colin, expecting something to fall from the sky. The sound loud enough to move the leaves and impact my chest. My ears slightly rang for a few seconds afterwards. We didn't dare move for a while, both scared to death. I pulled away, but still kept Colin in my arms. We both looked around, trying to figure out what the hell just happened. An explosion? No. I didn't smell smoke or see any signs of damage. What was that? Colin asked, his small voice scared. I have no idea. Let's leave and find out later, I told him. I took back my phone, the screen dark. So much for calling for help. We took a few steps forwards and my foot caught on something. I tugged on it, only to get caught again. With another tug, I found I couldn't get it free. Colin saw what I didn't. A small strangled noise came from him. With the bright moon, I could see a vine wrapped around my ankle. I was confused on how I stepped in it away to get my foot tangled up. When the vine started to curl around my ankle, I didn't think of anything. I just picked up my brother, tore my foot free, and then started to run. I jumped over pumpkins and dogged vines trying to grab us. This couldn't be happening. I didn't understand how any of this was real. The leaves and vines in front of us bunched up and started to rise. We need to run around it, only to have more of those shapes appear. To my horror, a tangle of pumpkins and leaves stood up, looking a hell of a lot like a 7-foot person. Colin screamed, and I held him tighter. It's the curse, he said, and wrapped his arms around my neck so tightly I almost choked. Curse? Thinking back to it, I heard about a few different local legends of this pumpkin patch, all of which were a bit different. Most of them had to do with the patch becoming some sort of a creature when a virgin disturbed their slumber on a full moon night. The monster made a swipe for us, and I got a lucky dodge. I didn't care about curses or anything like that, I just needed to get Colin out of there. At least disturbing these monsters confirmed nothing happened at the only party I ever blacked out at. Here I thought I got lucky back then. With so many more of the pumpkin creatures getting up, I doubted we had much of a chance of getting free. Some looked like people, and others were massive snakes. The sounds of the leaves rustling put me on edge. We were so close to the wall, but our path got blocked. Without any other options, I did the only thing I could. I tossed my brother through the only opening to let him land near the wall. He might have hurt his elbow and knees on the landing, but at least he didn't get caught. The large hand of the monster wrapped around my chest. I couldn't do anything as it lifted me into the air. "Colin, run!" I shouted at him before the monster cut off my air. I watched completely helpless as my little brother tried to run along the wall towards the gate, but got cut off. One of those snake creatures in his way. He needed to climb the wall, but his small body wasn't able. He desperately tried grabbing the bricks to lift himself up. If I was there, I could have easily lifted him over. I felt tears stinging my eyes. My regret of not being a better brother flooded in. The vines wrapped around my body tighter, and the creature started to drag me away. My mind raced through all the tales I heard as a child, trying to figure out what it would do to us. Eat us? Plant us? Make us one of them? I wanted none of that for Colin. I put all my strength into trying to get free. The grip of the monster slipped for only a second to release the crushing press on my ribs. I took in some air, ready to shout out to my brother. At that moment, I wanted to tell him how much I loved him. The horrible truth came to me when I realized not once since we knew each other had I said those words to him. The large hand came around my chest again, and this time it pinned me to the ground. My body pressed hard into the dirt. Fear overtook me as I saw myself staring to stink in the ground. I struggled and prayed to whoever would listen to just let my brother live, and if possible, let me say those few words to him. Soon, my head was the only thing above ground, my body cold and in pain from the dirt being pressed around it. I wanted to cry when I saw one of those monsters about to reach Colin. I begged for someone, anyone to save him. And by sheer luck, my prayers were answered, but by someone I never would have expected. A small body came over the wall, landing gracefully on the ground in front of Colin. The hair so white it shone through the darkness. The person stood about as tall as my brother, and I wondered why a child so suddenly appeared in the middle of this mess. I guessed it to be a boy. He quickly grabbed the fake sword from Colin's hands. The moment he took it, a silver light overtook the cheap plastic. Without any hesitation, the boy swung the sword, sending out a blinding flash of silver light through the field. It took over my vision, and I passed out, unable to stay awake through the wave of odd light. When I woke up, I was on my back covered in dirt. My brother crying over my body convinced me I died. The boy who saved us, standing off to the side. I sat up, entire body in pain, but accepted a hug from Colin. I whispered how much I loved him and how sorry I felt it took me this long to say it to get him to calm down. When we were both able to stand up, we looked around the now completely empty pumpkin patch. "What the hell happened?" I questioned, shell-shocked. It is a bit difficult to explain in a way humans can understand. This land stands on a flow of magic, the boy started. The fake sword we bought earlier in his hand, but now transformed into something bright and real. His eyes were somewhat hidden under wavy white hair, but I noticed they were red. His adult tone of voice and red eyes freaked me out, but Colin looked at him with stars in his eyes. "Like a ley line?" Colin offered. The boy nodded. Yet again, I had no idea what that meant. On occasion, the magic snaps and overflows into this world. It can mingle with the willpower and thoughts of humans to create something you saw here. The magic fused with the years of rumours of the fears and made what you witnessed. I was lucky to be in the area and take care of this time. I cannot give back the sword I took, but I'll pay you back for it in some way, the child explained. I tried to let this all sink in. I really didn't want to believe any of this, but as long as Colin was safe, it didn't matter. "Sorry you didn't get a pumpkin, buddy," I told him, with my hand on my brother's back. "Oh, I'll take care of that." A new voice came. When I turned to see the source of it, I jumped and nearly picked up Colin again to make a run for it. Another bundle of leaves appeared, a dark opening for the face with glowing yellow eyes set inside the darkness. "This is a servant of mine. I called them in order to regrow the patch. I do not wish to cause a scene, so cannot leave the crop empty," the child said, and walked over to the new monster. "Servant? Really? What was this kid?" Colin should be scared, but he looked to be really enjoying all of this. "Do you have a crush?" I whispered to tease him. It was what older brothers were for, after all. I got a few punches to the gut, which I gladly took. We watched the boy and the plant monster make an exchange. The boy gave the creature a strand of his hair, which the thing happily ate. My shoulders crawled from the sight. The monster then shoved its plant hands into the ground, and for a moment, nothing happened. Then the ground rumbled slightly. Before our eyes, the entire patch grew from the ground, pumpkins sprouting so fast they sprayed out dirt when they broke free. Within seconds, the entire field was covered with massive leaves and plants everywhere. I hate to point this out, but won't this cause more of a problem? I asked, staring at the full field. When we arrived, the field wasn't full. I doubted it looked like this at the start of the season. With so many new pumpkins, I bet the owners would think they had a weird miracle on their hands. Do you want to bring some home? The boy said, his tone much like a child he was and face slightly red from embarrassment. It's very clear they weren't expecting the patch to grow this much. We agreed to take some with us and ended up with my car so loaded I didn't know if it would run with all the extra weight. Colin sat in the front with a few pumpkins on his lap. The fear of the night faded into a weird excitement. What about the rest? I asked the boy. We didn't even make a dent in the patch. He shrugged, looking out into the still full patch. The plant monster from before sitting off to the side, shoving a poor helpless pumpkin into where the face should be. I hoped it would eat a few thousand before the sun came up. I'll call in a few others to help move them, he said, not as worried as before. Let me guess. You don't want us to ever tell anyone about this night or else you'll kill us. The boy raised his head to meet my confused eyes. He shook his head as if I was crazy. You can tell anyone you want. I mean, who's going to believe you? Just stay out of trouble. It appears you two are in the wrong place at the wrong time. I doubt you'll ever encounter something like this again. It's best you get going. It's a school night, isn't it? I smiled at the fact a child was worried about us getting up for school the next day. I really hoped we never came across anything like this again. Colin might have gotten as many pumpkins as he wanted, but we nearly died for them. My brother rolled down the car window to say goodbye to the boy before we left. Do you want to go trick-or-treating with us? Colin offered. The boy paused, his face red again. He did his best to keep his mysterious air, but failed. No, he lied. He really wanted to go. We gave him our address and the time we'd be heading out on Halloween if he was able to make it. We then left the pumpkin patch without any clue how to explain our bounty to our parents. We ended up giving away a lot of the pumpkins to others, and I think Colin got a few new friends because of it. I kept my word and took him out on Halloween. A few kids I've never met before going with him. I think that Jason kid was tempted to mess with him, but saw me trailing behind the group, so didn't bother. This was only a temporary solution to the bully problem, but at least my brother got one fun night, and now he knew how I felt about him. We were about to head back home, and were in the last few houses when someone joined the small group. A kid about Colin's height wearing a plastic jack-o'-lantern over their head. I stayed back and let them go up to a few houses together. Then the boy went off, waving at us in a silent thank you for letting him join and be a kid, even if it was only for a few minutes. After that night, we never came across anything weird. I carried on working, and Colin started doing art and things online to save up enough money to get into college for animation. We both got busy with life, but made a point to hang out on Fridays. He even got me into a few of his shows. Turns out I really like those slices of life romance, because the plots are easy to follow, even if the names are still pretty confusing. I hope with Halloween coming up, you all don't get into the same situation we did. Be careful out there, because you never know when you'll be in the wrong place, at the wrong time. When I was somewhere around 4 years old, I had an experience that has become one of my most vivid memories of my childhood. My mum had put me to bed and went to my sister's room to get us situated for the night. I could hear them talking clearly as I wrestled with the monstrously heavy quilt to get myself ready to go to sleep. My mum had decorated this room, as she had for all of the rooms in the house, with antiques and various oddball decorative embellishments. My room was painted in an odd cross between a light beige and a light green that always reminded me of a watered-down goose poop. The bed was an old rope bed that had been converted to be able to accommodate a regular, double-sized mattress, and during the winter was draped with the most beautiful and heaviest crazy quilt I've ever seen.
At the foot of the bed was an old rectangular steamer trunk. Ironically enough, it's against the floor of my office, about 2 feet from where I'm typing this. It's one of the few objects that I've been able to keep a hold of during my more than chaotic lifetime. On this night, my eyes were drawn to the foot of the bed. I saw something glowing, something that my child's mind could not comprehend at first glance. I sat up quickly and saw 3 glowing heads. They resembled the styrofoam mannequin heads used to display wigs, but they were glowing with a white luminescence that emanated from within, but not really bright enough to shed light on the rest of the room. The heads were featureless and smooth, and I could only see the lower half through the spooled spindles of the footboard, but the tops of the heads were fully visible above it. In my room, there was silence. I could still hear my mother and sister talking in the next room. The light from the hallway spilled in through the 2 or 3 inch gap of my partially open bedroom door. I tried to scream for my mom, but a high-pitched whistle was the only sound that escaped. I could barely breathe, let alone scream. The heads were still there, still glowing and still silent. I finally inhaled deeply and let loose a scream that caused my sister to scream and my mom to drop whatever she was holding onto the white shag-carpeted floor with a muffled thump. She ran into the hallway and threw open my door, allowing the large wrought iron and milk glass pendant light that hung over the stairwell to flood my room with light, and the luminous heads were gone. I finally let go, bawling my eyes out and trying to explain to my mom what I saw. She looked at the end of the bed and even went as far as opening the trunk, but I believe in hindsight that this was more to console me than anything else. She sat at the edge of my bed and told me that those were probably my guardian angels watching over me, and that there was nothing to worry about. I was finally able to go to sleep, partially from my mother calming me, but mostly from the resilient temporary amnesia that all children seem to possess in the face of fear. This, however, stuck with me, and it's one of my first memories that I can recall with utter clarity. I know that memories are malleable things, but this one stands out with the level of details that I remembered. I was actually talking with my mother about this some years back, and she didn't recall any of it. She also said she believed that the light fixture I was talking about wasn't even purchased until the late 70s, but this was proven to be untrue. As I was going through a photo album with my kids, there was a picture of me sitting at the top of the stairs, with the massive light fixture visibly hanging down. It was dated September 1970, which would have been right before the incident I just recounted. This incident could just be brought off as a childhood bogeyman encounter that resolved itself as nothing more than the overactive imagination of a child projecting their fears into the darkness. I could have even left it at that if it wasn't for incidents that occurred in 1983, as I was in the middle of my teenage years. Incidents that have remained unexplainable to this day. I'm trying to write all of these memories down as I'm getting older, and want to get them out while they still remain clear in my head. I've had a few unexplainable experiences before, but they've always been few and far between, ranging from when I was a small child and into teenage years and young adulthood. However, as I went through my early and mid-20s, I had fewer strange experiences and overall became less spiritually inclined. Didn't really believe in that sort of stuff, or didn't want to. I'm not going to get into the past experiences or why I started not believing in this stuff, but just know for background that it happened. The past few nights have been a slap in the face and has brought everything back to a deep-seated fear of myself. I usually stay up very late. Midnight, 1, 2, or even 3 a.m. is normal for me to stay up till. Generally, when I do go to bed, I'm very tired and just pass right out. These past few nights, I've been barely able to sleep. It started a few days ago at about 1 a.m. when I laid down to sleep. I got comfy and closed my eyes, but didn't fall asleep. Instead, my body started feeling strange. It began with heat building up over my stomach and lower abdomen. The heat intensified until it felt like someone had built a fire on top of me. The rest of my body felt cool, so I knew it wasn't just me getting too hot under the blanket. And mind you, it's about 55 or 60 degrees in my room when I sleep. This wasn't the first time I had that kind of sensation, and I thought to myself, maybe I should just relax and let whatever is to happen. happened this time, so I relaxed and didn't fight it. The heat spread across my body, to my limbs, and then everything started to vibrate. I use the word vibrate, but it's a bad descriptor for what the sensation was. I simply lack a better word to describe it. My body itself was not physically moving or trembling, rather it felt like everything around me was thrumming and vibrating, with a metered pulsing kind of feeling. This too, I had felt many years ago when I was meditating. So again, I just kept relaxing and let it happen. The vibrations got more intense, and then I started seeing an orb of light above me, even though my eyes were closed. It moved and shifted colours between a purplish to a white. I opened my eyes, but only saw the darkness of the room around me. I thought maybe it's just my mind being weird, and closed my eyes again. Then I heard a sound to my right, near my computer. It was like a snapping sort of clatter noise, like something hit plastic. I sat up and looked around, but again I saw nothing. At this point, I started getting a little freaked out, but my dog, who sleeps in the bed with me, was resting contently, as if nothing was wrong, and he had heard nothing. So again, I thought I was just being paranoid, and my mind was playing tricks, so I laid back down. Almost immediately, the sensations returned along with the light moving above me. This time, I felt an odd touch along my forehead and the sides of my head, like something was grabbing me. Then I felt something shock me, like a jolt of electricity touching my leg and then my arm. I thought to myself, okay, something is not right here, and decided maybe there was something there besides my dog. My older sister had given me a small pouch of stones and said she had cleansed them and they would give me good dreams and stuff like that. So I thought maybe I should grab that pouch. I heard in my mind, no, that's a bad idea. Don't do that. At that point, I got really freaked out because it wasn't my own thought, at least. I don't think it was. Why would I think to grab the stones but then immediately tell myself no? It was strange. So I grabbed the pouch of stones and held it to my chest while I lay back in bed. The heat was then gone from my body and concentrated in my hand that was holding the stones. It grew even more intense than before, and I had to use all of my willpower to not throw the pouch off me, because it felt like burning coal on my chest. After some time, maybe 10 minutes, I'm not really sure how long it was, the heat faded and then everything seemed normal again, and I fell asleep holding the stones. I was kind of freaked out the next day, but didn't think it was real. Maybe I dreamed it all up, even though I woke up holding the stones. So I went about my day and such until the night returned. I lay down for bed once again. The heat and vibrations returned almost immediately. I was a bit more prepared this time, so I tried to focus the sensation and make some kind of barrier around myself with it. I don't really know what I was doing or if it even worked, but I started seeing the light again. This time, I had completely turned off my computer and all electronics, so it was pitch black in the room, no light at all. Yet when I opened my eyes this time, I saw a light in the room. It was over by where I heard the noise the first time. It moved. There was smoke or mist within the light, and it kind of floated around my bed until it was at the foot of my bed. It wasn't bright at all, just a very subtle glow that made the smoky mist visible in the darkness of my room. The light shifted between purple and white again, sometimes being a pinkish colour. I sat up and once again grabbed the stones and then stared at it. The pulsating light extended from the ceiling down to the floor and just hung there in the air at the foot of my bed. I don't know how long I stared at it in silence, but eventually it faded away and I laid back down. Once again, my dog just laid there totally oblivious to everything that was happening. I fell asleep and woke up holding the stones again. Last night, basically the same thing happened. Previously, when this kind of stuff happened to me, it was only once and then it didn't happen again for a long time and I could brush it off and forget about it. Convinced that it was just something weird that my brain was doing, or it was a dream of some kind. 3 nights in a row where I'm most definitely awake and physically feeling and seeing shit. That's new and has me wondering what the hell is going on. Am I going crazy? I thought I had slipped through, not being afflicted with any mental illnesses, but now I'm full of doubt. Maybe it was just late manifesting itself and now I'm losing my mind. Otherwise, there's something visiting me while I sleep. I don't think either of those options are good, and I have no idea what to do about it. Has anyone had a similar experience, or have any advice on how I can deal with this? I'm sitting here, not wanting to go lay down because it's just going to happen again. I know you can go without sleep for a few days, but I'd really like to get some frickin' rest. I've had something haunting me my entire life. My older sister, who's had the same experiences, believes it happened when we played with a Ouija board without knowing the possible consequences. Anyway, the point of this post is that I thought it was gone. 2+ smudgings, but tonight makes me believe it's not. I also say demon because it tries to scare and or upset me, and tends to bring the foul odour of feces. From what I've learned over the years, demons have a foul odour and can get their energy from negative emotions. Tonight, I was taking a short nap after Thanksgiving with the family. I was woken up by a strong smell of feces. Now I have cats, so it's entirely possible it was one of them having a particularly bad night. However, the litter boxes are on the opposite side of the house, and it was so strong that realistically, the cat would have to poop right next to my bed, or someone would have to have waved it under my nose or something. Neither of those were the case. So I wake up, trying to ignore the smell, thinking it was a particularly bad night for one of those cats, and go to my computer to relax. I'm not sure how much time was in between my waking up and this next incident, but it was at least a couple of hours. I look down towards my tower, and I see my cat that I had to put to sleep 2 weeks ago, only it was his dead, lifeless body. This is different from all the other times I've seen these cats since he's passed. This is particularly upsetting because I loved that cat like he was my child, and he only lived half of his life, but his body was shutting down on him. This thing knows how to get to me, and I think it never left, just grew weak. And now that my family has been dealing with an early loss, it's gained some strength back. I'm Native American and I live in a First Nation community. It matters to this post because so much history has happened on this land. Also, my neighbour has a sweat lodge and is a good person, but practices bad medicine. My cousin went twice, and each time a dark human-shaped figure followed him back home. I have countless stories that happen to me personally, and endless stories that happen to family in my community and other First Nation communities. I'm only going to type some of mine. I won't list them in order, but I live alone and a strip of huge cedar trees separates my home and my neighbours that have the sweat lodge. I don't have any mental stuff like schizophrenia, and I drink a few times a year. I smoke weed, but not that much. Green orb. 3 years ago, my sister lived with me. I just closed my bedroom door, turned off the light, and laid my head down. My window is locked, with closed blinds, a blanket thumbtacked, and my room is pitch black. I can't see my hand in front of my eyes. The only light is my alarm clock I have on top of my shelf. Seconds after I laid my head down, a basketball-sized green translucent orb came through my door. I could see my alarm clock. The orb was bright but didn't give off light. A flickered light illuminates the room. This orb was bright and translucent, but my room was pitch black. It made a U-shape from the window and my ceiling and hovered above my face. Then the way water flushes down a toilet is absorbed into my left arm. At this point I yelled out, "What the fuck? God, don't let the aliens take me." Then I yelled for my sister. She ran in and didn't believe me. Red orbs. My left neighbour has a sweat lodge. My right neighbour is my gram, and our homes are very close and share a driveway. My sister would smoke outside, and a few times at 3 a.m, she would see a floating red orb. Always at the edge of the brush. My gram saw the red orb, same time, but it was right outside my sister's bedroom window. I saw this red orb. It was right outside my side door, 1 metre from the ground, but 5 metres from the door, in between my grandparents. I thought about going outside, but I just prayed. Anytime one of us see these orbs, we all had terrible or tortured and haunted dreams that night. Voices, eh? I used to clean while listening to YouTube stories about skinwalkers. At the end of one, they said a skinwalker's name. I remember thinking, ever stupid. I think it triggered my sister and I hearing each other's names for a while. I was doing the dishes and I heard her say Brittany, except it was from my feet, underneath the sink. Also, for both of us when this happened, it would sound similar to in real life, but also like telepathy. She would hear me call her name too. It was always when we weren't in the same room. Voice B. When my sister moved out, I lived with 2 cats. One time around 3:15 a.m, I was awoken by my dad's voice going, "Hey!" It was so loud, my cats ran from my room. I jumped and prayed. He lives down the road from me. He didn't answer my text, and then next said he confirmed that at exactly that time he yelled "hey" in the same tone of voice. He almost won Pug G or Pug 1 and lost. Not sure how these things happen. Church bells. I barely ever drink. One of the times I did, it was late in the morning, and as I was walking to the bathroom, loud old-style church bells rang 3 times. Creepy spirit. This one is so creepy. I was at my mom's house. My 20-year-old sister just left to go back to our home, and my mom was in the tub. I was cleaning downstairs. I felt this urge to look behind me, and I saw a child-sized version of my sister. She was on her knees, held her head in her hands, and was looking at me from the couch. She then ducked down, hiding, and I ran over and it was gone. Also, instead of having a face, it was all hair. Weird ghost thing. Back to my neighbour practicing bad medicine. It was nighttime and I had my windows open. I was smoking weed and I closed the window because I felt bad energy. My sister ran into my room and said to call the cops. There was screaming coming from the cedar trees. I said no. Listen carefully. That's paranormal screaming. It's not a human scream. It was like a cross between animals and humans screaming. Some weird, like gross chanting. And also, it felt like a wave of water and heavy wind in terms of evil energy flowing over us, coming from the cedar trees. So often we would sleep together because creepy things were happening outside. My sister moved out sadly, but the second time this happened, I was alone. It was the summer before I'd moved for college. My cats would move to the next door with my grandparents, but I still wanted to teach them to be brave. The same screaming woke my cats and I up, but the energy just felt so evil. My cats could tell it was supernatural, and they looked so scared. They didn't run from the bed when I got out of bed. Then I walked into that room, my cats following. I was yelling and praying and banging on those windows with a flashlight at all those evil screams. It didn't stop, so I went back to my bedroom window and banged there, yelling and praying at these demonic spirits. Then this pure white solid man-shaped figure sprinted out of those woods and looked directly at me. I was so scared, I dropped to the floor and laid there for hours. I think I waited till sunrise to sleep. Aliens. Now I can go on and on. My cousin and I, when I lived with my parents, we would hang out all night on my porch and at the lake and look for these weird stars. Now before you say they're planes or satellites, they aren't. They were stars, but red and white. They would remain stationary while these red stars would move around in different shapes like scribbles and disappear. Or like the sun or moon follows you when driving. The red stars would move similar to an airplane in terms of leaving the white stars stationary, but it would follow us down the road, stop when we did, and follow us back home. So one night, my cousin banged on my window with a friend. They were drunk. I was sober. I fed them and walked them home. They lived 2 hours down. I stopped them and said, "Holy shit, there were 9 red stars in the sky." As I said that, they simultaneously started to move. The 9 red stars formed 3 triangles each. Then, the 3 slowly moved towards each other and then formed one big triangle. The 9 red stars and huge triangle slowly lowered from the sky and, shockingly, lowered beneath a tree line, and I could see them almost touch the ground. I looked at my cousin, and that sucker abandoned me and was sprinting and almost at her front door. I did the same and hid under my covers. Banging. I hate this one. My sister's room leads to the back of the brush. It's very hard to push open, it's always locked. At 3 a.m, 3 times in a row, we heard a huge bang and the door slammed open. I put on several weight and this hasn't happened since, but it has mostly happened during nightmares. My sister has bad ones, but they're getting better. Unwilling astral projection. This makes me mad and irritated. My grandpa had surgery and is completely amazing and healed now. But at the time, he was really scared. After his surgery, he missed church for the first time. I don't go often, but I went and I wrote down everything. When I got home, I was reading to him and 3 knocks happened from their back door. I pretend I didn't hear it. He asked me if I did, and I confirmed I heard it too. I didn't have to look to know nothing was there. We prayed together after. So mean, these spirits. In our culture, the 3-knock thing doesn't symbolise anything good. When my grandpa goes away for meetings, I sleep over with my gram and sleep in his room. She sleeps in a different room. Last time, I dreamt that all of their radios had gross chanting and it was very static. I astral projected, and unwillingly, and as I was watching myself sleep. I said God's name, and I was back in my body, and I woke up. As I did, my grandpa's bathroom door slowly opened. I just prayed. The first time I astral projected, I was at my house. I again was floating at the ceiling, watching myself sleep, but there was this creature chanting demonic stuff on the floor in my corner. I kept trying to say God's name, and I was muted. After a while, I finally said it, and I was back in my body, and rolled over and went to sleep. So the first thing I want to put out is I had multiple paranormal experiences throughout my life, from age 5, even till this very day. A little about me is I'm an empath, and I can read people's energy. And I don't know if that's the reason I have paranormal experiences, but I'm going with a yes. I could tell you all my stories, but I want to tell you one of my experiences that takes the cake. So I was about 18, and I still lived with my parents at the time. I was sitting at the kitchen table one day, watching one of my favourite shows on my laptop. The show I was watching was Ghost Adventures. Ironic, I know. And I know what you're thinking. You're probably thinking, well, you were watching a ghost show, so you probably got scared or paranoid, or it's probably the sound from the show. Well, I hate to burst your theory, sadly, but you're wrong. So as I was saying, I was sitting watching Ghost Adventures when I felt a presence coming towards me, but I ignored it. I usually ignore anything paranormal, so they don't bother me, and eventually they get the hint, but sometimes they don't. This spirit didn't. So if you've ever seen Ghost Adventures, you know that they show a scene as it comes to an end. And in one of the episodes, the last scene, Zach was sitting on the couch talking to the spirits when a lamp moved across the table. As soon as that happens, I paused the show because I felt the presence behind me. And I'm not kidding you guys. I hear a man's voice whisper in my ear saying, "Oh, that's crazy." I felt his warm breath on my ear. After that, I asked him respectfully to not do that ever again and to walk away. And he did. So when my grandma was alive, I was really close to her. And I used to call her Mommy. My grandma was very protective over me because I was born really sick. She would yell or fight anybody who she thought was a threat to me or my health. My grandma passed away in 1999, so I was 3 years old at the time. Her death was very traumatic for me. I remember being at her funeral and my aunt telling me to try not to wake her up because she'll be sleeping for a long time. And of course, I didn't fully understand what my aunt was talking about and decided to try and wake her up. I remember saying to my grandma, "Mama, wake up," and "Mama, please wake up," as I put my toddler hand on her chest, shaking her to wake up. I remember my shock when feeling the coldness of her body. I told my aunt to get Mama a blanket so she wouldn't freeze. After saying that, people started crying more, and then nothing because I can't remember after that part. The next day, we went to visit a grave, and I remember asking my mom, "Where's Mama at?" My mom pointed and told me that she was underneath the ground. And I freaked out and tried to dig my grandma out of the ground with my hands so she could get out after her long nap. I got frustrated because I couldn't get it and started crying. Anyways, 4 months after her death, I went to get my heart surgery because I was born with 2 holes in my heart. I remember waking up after surgery to see a young woman holding my hand as she smiled at me. There was no talking, just her staring at me with so much love for me in her eyes. She started rubbing my head after she tucked me in. It was so soothing after a while, I started falling back asleep. I felt her giving me a kiss on the forehead and heard her footsteps as she walked away from me. I didn't know who she was, but I felt like I knew her. Years later, my mom showed me pictures of my grandma when she was younger, and I was shocked by what we saw. The young woman who was being so caring to me was my grandma. I think my grandma came to visit me to see if I was okay. She knew I was getting the surgery before she died, so I think she just wanted to just be there for me. I used to live in the Philippines, and the house I lived in was built when the Philippines was being occupied by Japan during World War II. It had 2 small walkways, one at the side of the house and one at the back of the house. At the corner where the 2 walkways meet is where my dog's huge wooden doghouse was. I say huge because I could literally go in and sleep in it comfortably, and I was a huge kid of 12 years old. One night, I was told by my uncle to go and feed Casper. Of course, I said yes right away because I wanted to play with my dog, so I went. Now, Casper is a happy dog, always running around and always happy to see any of my family. But that night was different. While I was walking towards his doghouse, I realised that I didn't hear him barking or running around. So I thought he was at the back walkway, so I just continued towards the doghouse. It was nighttime around 8 o'clock. I stopped halfway through when I noticed that Casper was inside the doghouse. Now this was worrisome, for he always runs at me when he sees me, so I thought maybe something was wrong, like he was sick or whatever, so I quickened my pace to get to him. Once I got there though, he seemed fine. I put down the food next to him and filled up his water bowl and had no reaction whatsoever. Casper was just staring towards the back hallway. I got curious, so I looked towards where he was looking at, and what I saw still gives me chills when I remember that day. I saw a man standing there, just staring at me with a blank expression. He was wearing some type of military uniform and was holding a rifle. I'm not a gun expert, so I can't tell you all what kind it was. At the tip of the gun rested a bayonet. What got me focused on what it was a bloody bayonet. At that point, I was just frozen. I remember the fear and thinking, this is it. Someone is here and he's going to kill me. I don't quite remember what made me look away from the bayonet, but when I did, the first thing I noticed was how the man was now missing half of his face. Seeing him only have half of a face jolted me out of my frozen state, and I ran for it. I didn't care to look back to see if he was following me or not. I even tackled my uncle who was coming to check on me. I cried so hard when I realised that I was on top of my uncle. He took me inside and waited for me to stop crying. I fell asleep and then from crying. The next morning, my uncle talked to me about what happened and I told him everything. He was genuinely worried when I finished because he told me that I was out there in the walkway for an hour and it was the reason why he was coming to check on me. He also told me that I wasn't the only one to experience such things in the house. I later found out what the uniform the man was wearing was the standard Japanese military uniform at the time of World War II. I was playing a game on my phone whilst listening to music when I decided to look out the window and at the other houses' windows. All the curtains were open on every house we were passing, yet only light made it through them. I thought this was normal and looked back at my phone. Whilst my dad was doing the roundabout, I decided to look out the window again. In one of the windows I saw was a woman. She was slim and had her hips on one side and her chest to the other, as well as being very black. So black in fact that I couldn't make out what she was wearing on her face, like a silhouette. Still though, I thought nothing of it and continued playing. I wish I didn't, but I did, and looked out the window one last time after a couple of minutes. The exact same woman was in the same window in every house. She just stared at me, not a care in the world. I tried telling my brother and my parents, but but they disregarded me. I was genuinely scared, and I didn't want to leave the car. I was forced to, but when I did, I immediately rushed towards the door, praying that the woman wouldn't answer. Luckily it wasn't, and for a good hour or two, I felt safe. However, my phone died, so I went to one of the bedrooms to charge it. I also decided to relax a little, and I lay down on the bed. I couldn't help but shake the feeling of being watched. There was only one window in the room, so I looked over there. And there she was, still pitch black. This time, she wasn't in a normal position. Her fingers were beside her hips, and her head rotated to look at me. I obviously screamed, and I ran out of the bedroom without my phone. My parents got worried and came. I tried to tell them everything, but they didn't really buy it, and we left early because they thought I would ruin the game. I didn't look out of the windows for the rest of the trip. It was 3 years ago, and I've gone over it since, but I've never seen her since. But what I didn't realise then was that all the bedrooms in the house were on the second floor. I know no one will believe me, but at least I've got that off my chest. I leave my front door wide open at night. I also make sure that the sliding door in my kitchen is too wide open and the screen door removed. I check every night for any closed windows in my house and open them. I put my valuables on the dining table and my most prized trophies on an easily accessible shelf in my living room. I always try to remind myself to make sure that my 2 bedroom doors, my bathroom door, my garage and my gun rack are unlocked and open. All of my floors are carpet to help dampen the sound of footsteps, and I make sure the hinges on my house's doors and knobs are extra oiled so they won't make a single sound when they're being pushed open. I put in earplugs and a blindfold and snore loudly to signal that I'm asleep. I also make sure that I get 2 of the latest 40 to 50 inch flat screen TVs with 4K, and I choose the ones that are specifically easy to install, uninstall and reinstall, and put the second TV in my guest bedroom. I also have the latest generation of gaming consoles and a $5,000 computer that I meticulously built from the ground up. I also have more than 500 of the greatest games in total, both on PC and console. When I first got this house, the first thing I did was reinstall my power box on the outside of the house so that it can easily be disarmed from the outside. I have no outside lamp, no camera and pets or animals of any kind. Coincidentally, this house is the farthest from any cell towers or police station. I live in an abandoned neighbourhood with no neighbours, and I have no fence. I also put my social security number, credit card, and $600 worth of Yu-Gi-Oh cards right beside my trophy collection, and if I'm subscribed to any paid services, I make sure to write down the information on a piece of paper and stick it into my fridge. In my garage, I have 2 $1,000 bikes and a motorcycle that can put anything you can think of to shame. Finally, if I clean. If heaven is dirty, then take me to hell, because I'll be damned if I'm living in a dirty house. I don't consider a spot clean unless I can eat it. All my shoes are put through the washer, and if I even suspect it of being dirty, I manually hand wash it myself. I take long hot showers with soap, both with a bar and in a liquid. I put on 3 brands of shampoo and 3 brands of conditioner, 3 brands of deodorizer when I'm done taking a shower. I clean it too. I floss each tooth of mine and do 10 minutes of brushing with an electric toothbrush. And finally, I mouthwash. If you haven't got the message yet, I'm trying to make people break into my house. Because if they do, they'll be the new owner of the house and be unable to leave it. They will own everything inside it, including my hunger, you know? That gnawing sensation as though a black hole has taken residence in your intestines. Never will they be able to satisfy this one need, and never will they be able to die from it. Or from anything so long as they own the place. They will live in a clean house as a husk, and they too would want to clean it to increase the temptation of taking something from it. I know somebody will take the bait. After all, it worked for me. I lived on the second floor of an old apartment building. Recently, everybody on the first floor moved out. It was slow at first. A family moved out after their baby wouldn't stop crying. A couple felt something wrong while they were having sex, and police arrested the person who lived below me because they shot at the floor due to what they called hand rats, which is not what it sounds like by the end of this. There's a housing problem from where I live, and many people were eager to take the old homes of my first floor neighbours. However, they'd usually last about 6 months before moving back out. The longest I've seen someone stay was about a year, but they were batshit crazy at that point. One day, when I was returning home from work, I spotted the landlord, Adam, looking down at me from the roof. Now, I happen to be friends with the landlord, and I know that he isn't suicidal, so I got 2 beers from my fridge, went to the roof, and offered him one. Of course, he said yes to a bottle of natural light beer. We both looked at the town around us. It was crime-ridden, drug-ridden, all the worst kinds of ridden. The only driver it wasn't was the police. I looked over at Adam, and completely at random I asked, "Hey, do the people on the first floor always move out after just moving in?" Adam broke a sweat. "They're not dying." "What?" "Not enough people are dying, and now they're coming for us." "What do you mean?" Adam pointed to the apartment building across the street. "Look at that one. Know how many people died in there? How many times have you been woken up to the sound of gunshots every night because of what goes on across the street?" I looked at him, then back at the building. "Yeah, too many times to count." Adam shook his head and sat on his knees. In the past few months, they've been getting less and less police calls, less and less murders. They have their own security team. People have been dying there less. I moved away from him for a bit. Isn't that a good thing?" He cut me off. "Look at the building beside us. They've had a prostitution and drug problem there for decades. Now they hold free rehab sessions every Saturday and are practically surrounded with undercover cops trying to dismantle the prostitution I yelled, "Hey, why is all this a bad thing?" Adam stood up, chugged the rest of his beer, then looked at me and he said, "You'll find out." He threw his bottle in the trash can below and walked away, leaving me. Over the coming months, our relationship soured more. He clearly liked the problems that plagued the other buildings, and I always found it douchey of him. But in the end, he was right. I would have still had my other hand had the other buildings not improved. A year passed, and people have started leaving only after living in the first floor apartment for 3 months. People on the higher floors were getting just as concerned as I. One of the people below me, a female cosplayer named Chloe, was planning on moving out after only living on the first floor for a month. Apparently, her complaints of her clothing being ripped went unanswered. A few weeks later, I saw her heading towards Adam's apartment in order to give the key. Just as she was about to knock on the door, I stopped her. I said, "Hey, can I borrow the key before you give it to Adam?" "Borrow? Take it. It's not mine to deal with anymore." She then dropped the key into my hands and walked away. I contemplated giving it to Adam, but he's been too distant. I decided to do some investigating. That night, I went downstairs to Chloe's old apartment and unlocked the door. The entire apartment was filled with nothing but concrete pillars. It was hard to navigate around them. They were so tightly packed together. I couldn't imagine living here for a week, let alone a month or 3, or a year. I touched one of the pillars. They felt unsettling. I left after 2 minutes. I was planning on going to Adam and giving back the key, saying the previous tenant dropped it. But my body moved on its own, and before I knew it, I was laying down on my bed, about to fall asleep. I almost died that night. I felt that same feeling, that same unsettling feeling I got from touching one of those damn pillars. Except that feeling was wrapped around my ankle. But I didn't panic, even though I felt it again around my wrist as well. I only panicked when it was around my neck. I opened my eyes in panic as I realised I wasn't breathing. I didn't turn off all the lights when I fell asleep, and I saw 2 more hands emerge, attempting to grab my other free hand and leg. I looked over at my dresser and reached it with my free hand, the concrete coming closer and my breath ever fading. I opened the drawer, but from where I was laying, I couldn't see what was in it. I was panicking. I needed to feel for a curved piece of wood. I felt round metal and the grasp of the hand on my neck tightening. I felt as though I was about to pass out. I almost did. Just as my eyes went black, my hand acted on its own, and I shot the hand holding my neck with a sawn-off shotgun. I immediately retreated, and I shot the concrete hand holding onto my ankle. Some shrapnel hit my foot, but I was too panicked to care. The other hand was able to grab the shoe of my other foot, and I immediately kicked it away, my shoe going with it. I immediately got up, but I realised there was one more hand holding onto my wrist, and more wanting my other hand, and several more slowly rising up. Even with one hand made of concrete holding onto my wrist, I was still able to come up with enough force and speed to run out of my window. Just as I was about to fall onto the dumpster below, the concrete hand broke my fall midway and slowly began to rise up. I panicked. I wasn't thinking straight. A flurry of emotions, dreams, and things I wanted to do flew around my head. I started crying as my free hand reached into my pocket and pulled out a switchblade. I started screaming shortly after. It's been 2 weeks since that night. I've been typing this entire thing with one hand, as painful and tedious as it is, but I have to get the story out there. I've been living with a friend whilst I find another place to crash. A couple hours ago, the local news reported that the old apartment building had apparently closed. All of the tenants suffocated to death. They were found within the floorboards. The prison I work in holds no prisoners. It's pretty weird, yes. The only time I get to see them is when they arrive. The guards have to stand in a line facing the new inmates as they head into the prison, never to be seen again. I don't know what's weirder. The fact that our prison doesn't have a name, or that we never see the inmates at all. Not to mention, some of their sentences are pretty harsh considering what they're being convicted for. All the prisoners are on death row. However, we're not in charge of giving the executions. That's the job of the warden himself to deal with. When you hear death row, you usually think the worst of the worst. The people who you wouldn't mind they commit suicide one morning. But these prisoners' bad deeds range from gambling, intoxication, over-smoking, and sometimes, for some fucking reason, sex. That's right, some prisoners are put on death row here for having sex. Every part of the prison is completely divided via airlock doors that need administration's approval for entry and exit. So if you want to make it to the cell blocks, you need to radio in with them. And yes, there are airlocks for the men's and women's bathroom each. All prison personnel are not allowed to be in the same parts as the prisoners. So if they're in the cafeteria, we can't be in there, or in the kitchen either. If you fail to finish your duties, let's say cleaning in time, you're getting a reduced pay for that week. And if you ever wind up in the same areas as the inmates, you're considered dead, and a letter is sent home to your loved ones. It's really backwards if you think about it. The inmates who are on death row practically have ample opportunity to escape at literally any point they want to. I mean, it's not like the guards can do anything about it, because we literally can't. But our job isn't to think about that. Our job is to make sure nobody gets in or out. I don't know. And personally, I don't want to know. I've seen the stories online. How people's curiosities and attitudes lead them towards a life of torment and pain. I've seen and heard all the warning signs to get to know that not some, but a lot of things in life are much better left unknown rather than anything else. So I never questioned it. Never gave it one thought of my mind in my 15 years of serving this prison. And never, ever did the unanswered question ever consume me to the point where I just had to know. Unfortunately, I couldn't say the same things for one of my work friends. His name was Sebastian. He was in his mid-20s, was a fucking idiot, and therefore was always curious. He told me his dream job was to work for NASA or SpaceX or any company studying space. He always loved learning and loved talking about education. That and the weird-ass prison we worked in. I think it was about 2 years of working there that he completely broke and decided to do some investigating on his own. Reception, administration, the warden, not even some guards were willing to say anything to him. And eventually, all of his pent-up curiosity was finally answered to him with his death. It was 11 p.m, the time when all the prisoners were asleep. I was on the night shift, making sure everybody besides some guards and janitors were off the site. Sebastian wasn't supposed to be on site today, so I was pretty surprised to see him there. He was very distinguishable from the other guards, what with his baby blue eyes and his almost perfectly white hair, not to mention his under-average height. I asked him, "What the fuck are you doing here?" Sebastian stammered, just doing some overtime." I knew it was bullshit, and he did too. We didn't do overtime at this nameless prison. He knew that I knew it was bullshit, so I told him, "Follow me outside, come on," and he complied. We walked together from the indoor courtyard to the indoor gym, to the indoor administration, where he was given a stern talking to by the head of security, and eventually to the outdoor area, when that son of a gun tased me till I blacked out cold. I was awoken by the head of security, where he told me that he climbed into the vents, what with his small stature and all. My job was to track him, as he was moving fast and I was the only one who knew him really well. Administration gave me permission to check every single part of the prison. I only asked to check the cell box. They told me it was suicide because that was where all the prisoners were being held. I told them that Sebastian would be there or I would quit tomorrow morning. They let me through. I ran as fast as I could. From the indoor administration to the indoor gym, through the indoor courtyard to where I was stopped by an airlock. I radioed in with the reception. "The fuck? I thought I just said to let me through the cell blocks." The only reply I got was static. "I told them otherwise," said a deep voice behind my back. I turned around and saw a man wearing a two-piece business suit and a pure Damascus 14K gold sunglasses. He had no face, no ears, no hair, and his skin was pure grey. He was the warden. I need to be let in here. He's going to be considered dead, but I can still save him." He ignored my statement, walked over to me and said, "Do you ever wonder what we keep in here? What kind of sick and twisted things are stored in this prison with no name? What kind of people come in here with deeds so vile you just want to kill them yourselves?" Just as he finished talking, I heard yelling from the other side of the airlock. "Help me! Open the airlock now!" I looked through a window on the airlock to see a faint silhouette of a man. The warden continued on. "Well, we don't house inmates in this prison." As the screaming man came running at full speed towards the airlock door, I saw a horrific sight. "We house wolves." The screaming man was Sebastian, and his face was mauled off. You could see his skull. His left eye was missing, and his other eye was crying blood. He was begging to open the door, all while me and the warden stood there watching him. One man stood in defeat. The other showed no emotion. Not with his stance, not with his head, not with anything. "These wolves," the warden continued, "are the addictions of man. Smoking, gambling, killing. Yes, even sex. They're all here as the beings they really are. Wolves slowly chowing down on their prey." Suddenly, a pair of 8 footsteps came ever closer, and Sebastian slowly stopped yelling and started to just cry. As he realised that his only hope had abandoned him, symbolised through the warden, walking away from the airlock. The last thing he said to me was, "When you're done here, you're fired." I ignored him and watched as Sebastian stopped crying and began screaming, not for help, not for me or for the warden, but in agony and pain. He was eaten alive from the bottom up by the wolves of curiosity. Me and a team of 3 others have been working on a paranormal investigator series, Project X, where we visit different places in the UK and try to debunk the ghost stories. We were made up of 2 skeptics and 2 half-believers, but the wealth of evidence and experiences we encountered at Clapham Wood has changed everything for all of us. The woods are a very creepy place, and we were warned before we went that we needed to be covert, as the locals do not take kindly to investigators. There's a long history of accusations that cult rituals take place in the woods, and that's exactly the vibe we felt when we arrived. We first went early in the afternoon, and immediately felt unwelcome. We felt nauseous and paranoid, and also encountered some noises we couldn't explain. We also collected an EVP that sounds like it's saying, "You're standing on my grave." EVP collected at Clapham Wood. This was just the start of the weirdness. When we returned at night, someone had bound a crucifix from 2 pieces of wood and placed it by the entrance to ward us off. It worked. We were followed back to our hotel, and that night, 2 of us had visions of cloaked figures lurking in our room. We returned the next morning and came across evidence that an amateur ritual had taken place the night before, and also collected a second EVP. The cross was there when we returned, but had been moved when we left, despite it being 4:30 a.m, and us not encountering anyone else in the woods. For weeks after, we felt like the woods were calling back, and eventually decided to check it out again. When we headed back, the strangeness started again. As we walked into the woods, a faint drumming began, almost mimicking a heartbeat. Our episodes are pretty long, but you can hear the drumming in this episode from around 10 minutes in. Paranoia and nausea set in again, and we had to leave. Before we left, there was one other piece of strangeness. The atmosphere went from dark to hella dark instantly, like someone switching out a light in the sky. We managed to capture this on camera, and we cannot explain this. These little instances have been enough to convince us of something, but we're not sure what. I love cats. I love them so much. I want to adopt as many as possible and have them all sleep on my bed so I can watch the little cuties nap all day. The issue is, I'm allergic to them. I've lived with a roommate who had a cat and loved it. Waking up with my eyes swollen, forgot to take my meds the night before. Not so much. Sadly, my dream of having a furry friend got put off until I could get my life in order. I figured if I could get into routine, I could easily add taking pills onto it, so I could adopt a cat. I moved out of that apartment with my old college roommate into a condo my uncle wanted to sell. The condo has these electric baseboard heaters that I think are a fire hazard, and so did my uncle. He couldn't live with himself if he sold the place, and it burned down afterwards, because he didn't replace the heaters. But to put in a different system costs a lot. More than he could afford. In the end, he figured he would sell his place and then move into the condo after it all got spruced up. That may take him a year or so to finally get around to doing it. The people in my family all had a bad habit of putting things off. In the meantime, he let me rent out the place. I only stayed for a short amount of time. My plan was to find a job in my field and move if needed. Then the pandemic hit and most employees figured out they could have people work from home. The months passed by and I had a job, but I didn't have any plans or reason to move. My uncle never bothered me to leave, and I wanted to see how long it may take him to finally get ready for the home renos in the condo. Since living here, I've noticed a few feral cats outside. My heart broke seeing them out there. Cold, wet, alone and dirty. I've heard some people go on about how it's good for cats to live outside, but the native bird population might have something else to say about that. Seeing those cats outside with rounded eyes from frostbite and God knows what diseases frustrated me enough to want to snap at anyone trying to bring up the outside argument. But that's not what this is about. It's about the mistake I made. I started putting food outside for the cats with a plan of buying a trap to get them fixed. If they were too feral, they needed to be put back outside, but if possible, I wanted them to find a nice and warm home. I needed to get them in a trusting mood before I got out the traps and risked scaring them all away. Now, I understand it's not just the cats that eat the food. They might be lucky to get some early in the night. Other animals like raccoons, possums and skunks ate what they wanted. My condo had a very small backyard made up mostly of cement squares from the previous owners. The wooden fence is very much in need of repairs and the gate is crooked. One board of the fence fell off, and that's how the animals are getting to the steps by the back door. I didn't mind. I loved to see them all when I couldn't sleep at night. I even named some of the skunks. You really shouldn't feed wild animals for so many reasons. I kept telling myself I would stop the moment I caught all the cats and took care of them. I only caught one who came by in the daytime and dropped him off at a shelter. No one came for him, and he got adopted out soon after he recovered from being outside. That kept me going. I hated the thought of any cat going hungry because I stopped putting food outside. In the middle of the night, I heard noises coming from outside. My bedroom window overlooks a small backyard and the small patch of trees beyond it. I figured it was the skunks from it being around 3 a.m. I needed to use the washroom and felt awake. Normally I got a snack, looked to see what cute nighttime guest came by, and then headed to bed. I didn't turn on the kitchen light. I kept the bathroom one on upstairs, and how the layout worked, the light reached downstairs, letting me see enough to move around. Peanut butter toast sounded like a good late-night snack. I placed the bread in the toaster and then walked over to the sliding glass door to see what showed up that night. I didn't see anything at first. The first floor windows opened a little so I could hear that rustling sound again. There was something behind the fence. I sometimes heard a raccoon climbing up before I saw them. Or maybe they heard me inside and started to climb away. I held still, trying to make no noise and hope it made the creature brave enough to show itself. A different sound replaced the rustling. Something like a long, high-pitched inhale. I nearly let out a scream when I saw the source of the sound came. A face slowly started to peek over the back fence. Like a nightmare, that pale face kept rising upwards until it was a few feet over the top of the worn-down wooden fence. This had to be a prank. That fence was at least 6 feet tall, and this face stood 4 feet above that. This face wasn't natural. It looked impossibly long and stretched out. If I wasn't so scared, I would think it might look a bit funny in a gruesome sort of way. The head on the long neck moved forwards, and I jumped when a sound came inside my house. Just the toaster. The damn thing nearly gave me a heart attack. When I looked back, the pale naked thing started to climb over the fence, while still making that horrible sharp sound. The eyes dark and pulled downwards, along with all the other facial features. I didn't stay long enough to try and figure out if this thing had a gender. I turned to run towards the front door and tripped over a table I found in trash I've been meaning to fix up. The long creature is already at the back door. By the time I got back to my feet, shin throbbing in pain, it smashed the back door open with massively long hands. People do really stupid things when they're scared to death. With the table in my way and the creature so close, I didn't run to safety outside, but instead I ran upstairs. I felt fingertips brush against the back of my shirt as I ran, nearly falling forwards up the steps. I only looked back the moment I got inside the bathroom to see that thing's pale outline standing at the bottom of the stairs, face showing a smile that could stop your heart. It reached out a hand, the arm so long it nearly cleared the entire length of the steps and to the bathroom door. I slammed it shut with a very loud scream. The bathroom was the only room in the house with a lock. I didn't think it would hold. The handle moved slightly, then harder. I don't know how long that thing wiggled the handle and banged on the door trying to get inside. I didn't even have any weapons besides some cleaning chemicals. Finally, the sound stopped. There wasn't a window in the bathroom, so I didn't know how long I sat on the floor for, cowering in fear. I left my phone on the kitchen counter to charge the night before. The time passed slowly, making me feel every second of it. I didn't hear any sounds for a while and started to see some light coming from under the door frame. With bravery I didn't think I had, I unlocked the door, peeking outside, seeing no signs of the monster. I carefully went downstairs, my entire body shaking. The window was still broken, but nothing else touched besides a torn open bag of dry cat food scattered on the ground. I pressed against the wall trying to get to my phone. I kept my recycling bins at the end of the kitchen counter. My kitchen and living room are all in the same room, but with one long counter to divide them. I got closer and noticed that the empty week-old cans of wet canned food from the bins had been placed on the counter in a stack. I'd stopped buying it because it cost so much and thought I could get more dry food for less. Or a flyer. Someone wrote one word in dirt from outside in long, thin letters, as if the words were written in fingertip. More. I called the police, fixed the back glass door and set up a camera outside. My uncle was just happy I was safe from whoever broke in. I could never tell him the real truth. I just said a crazy, naked, tall, homeless guy broke the back door, and I hid in the bathroom until he left. My uncle offered to let him stay with him, but I didn't want to burden someone else with the creature I'd attracted by putting wet cat food outside. I've stayed and put aside money for more wet food. I haven't seen anything besides the regular animals in the cameras, but I don't dare stop putting out the good stuff and risk that tall monster breaking in again. At least now I'm more focused on getting the feral cats caught, fixed, and shots up to date. It's the least I can do for them. I have terrible nightmares from that night. I fear that the creature may come again when I'm sleeping, so I've started going to bed during the day. My life has changed in a lot of ways that aren't all that great. Please do me a favour, and if you're going to feed feral cats, know that you're doing ahead of time. Don't make the same mistake as me. You really never know what's coming by, and eating the food you're leaving out.
My grandma's house has had weird goings on since before I was born. Mysterious ringing phones in the basement, TVs and VCRs with minds of their own, bassinets that rocked by themselves. Anyway, it seems one of them may be a mimic. My grandfather had a job that would take him out of town at times. On at least 2 separate occasions while he was gone, my grandma and uncle saw him walk down the hallway and out of sight. They thought maybe he had come home without them noticing, but his car wasn't in the driveway either time, and he came home later and insisted he hadn't been home. My mother also claimed she used to talk to her deceased grandmother at night sometimes. It scared her because she knew that logically it wasn't right. But it was her grandmother, so she felt safer about it. Knowing about mimics now, it probably wasn't her grandmother. And now my personal experience. My sister and I used to spend weekends at my grandmother's house when we were younger. We all slept in her bed, and my grandma would make us bacon and hot cocoa for breakfast in the mornings. I woke up one morning, but I was still in a state of half-awareness. I opened my eyes and saw my grandmother leaning in her bedroom doorway, looking at me. I figured she had just come up to see if I was awake yet, but then she leaned backwards out of the doorway and out of sight. Something about the way she moved just wasn't quite right. And that's when I smelled and heard bacon cooking downstairs. It struck me as odd that she would walk away from bacon while it was on the stove. She was in her 70s at this time, and though she got around well for her age, taking the stairs was still a bit of a task and took some time. It didn't make sense that she would risk burning food on the stove just to come upstairs to look at me. She could have just yelled up at me to see if I was up. I called out to ask if she was upstairs. From where I was, I could see out the bedroom door and down the stairs. She walked from the kitchen to the bottom of the stairs and said no, she was making bacon. I freaked a little, got out of bed and booked it downstairs. My sister was already awake and downstairs with my grandma, which was why she was already making bacon before I was up. Both of them said she had not been upstairs, so I told them what happened. That's when my grandma told us the stories I told above about seeing my grandpa and when he couldn't have been there. This story took place in the winter of 1997. Me and my friend, who I'll call Will, were camping in Zion National Park, Utah. I'm not sure whether or not camping was legal at the time, as we were both from Maine. We're both devout Mormons, so we were visiting the area to connect to other like-minded people. We first went to the park sometime in the middle of January, so the weather was very frigid. We decided to make a camp in a small clearing somewhere near the Great Staircase. We set a small tent up underneath a few trees. Things went fine for the first few nights. On the third morning, Will woke up in a cold sweat in the wee hours. He had had a vivid nightmare of a creature with matte black eyes following him through the canyon. We brushed it off as just that, a nightmare. Later that morning, we went up the ridge and to do some sightseeing. Will was eerily quiet. I asked him if he was all right, and he told me he had been to this part of the park before. Neither of us had been here in the days prior, and he realised he had seen it in his dream. We were both spooked, but brushed it off as a coincidence.
We went back to camp later that afternoon, and we thought nothing of the coincidence from earlier. That night, when we went to cook up some of the hot dogs we'd brought along with us, we searched and searched for them, but they were all but missing. Once again, we just assumed we mustn't have packed them, but Will was certain he saw them earlier that day. We decided not to worry about it, and we ate some protein bars we had packed for hiking. Things went fine for the rest of the night, but we couldn't help but feel there was something wrong. 2 days later, Will woke up in the night again. This time was different though. His nose was bleeding, thick black blood, and his shirt was covered in dirt and mud. One other minor detail I forgot to mention is, he woke up 2 miles from the tent. I only found him because I heard him screaming from out in the bush. I went and found him and helped get back home to camp. When we returned, we found a small bird skull on top of Will's bedroll. The howls of the coyotes and other similar creatures we had heard in the nights prior were non-existent, leaving the canyon strangely silent. Later that day, we went out for another hike. We were about 8 miles from our camp at this point, and being that it was the days before cell phones and we were in a canyon, there was no way we could contact for help if we got lost or injured. Our car was at least a 6-hour hike from where we were camping. We happened upon a small clearing, and at the edge of the tree line we found a small cave. Being the naive, curious young boys we were, we ventured out in search of an adventure. Inside the cave, there was no sound but the echoes of our footsteps. The ground was strewn with bones of small birds, not dissimilar to the skull we found on Will's bedroll. Will went to inspect on one of the skulls. However, upon picking it up, we both had an overwhelming sense of dread filling us both. Our ears began to ring intensely, and our heads began to vibrate violently. The sound was like static from a radio, and it caused us both an immediate, terrible headache. I screamed at Will. We needed to leave, but he couldn't hear me over the static ringing. I couldn't even hear myself. I grabbed his arm, and we ran for the mouth of the cave. We decided we'd had enough, and we were going to leave. The ringing subsided as we got further from the cave. However, as we neared the camp, the sense of dread became even stronger. The camp had been destroyed. Our equipment was left dangling from trees. We tried to collect our things, but we were too overcome with fear. We didn't hesitate. We picked up what things of value we could carry, and we began the long walk back to my car. It was about 5 p.m. by that point, and if we started walking now, we'd be back in the car by about 11. We trekked back with no issue for about 2 hours. By 7 p.m, it was pitch black and there was no light, except for Will's lighter. The forest was suddenly filled with the sounds of hundreds of creatures howling and crying. We could make out the silhouettes of several tall deer along one of the high cliff faces. The deer looked sickly, and their eyes were blacker than the sky. We tried to ignore them, but it seemed they were following us. We dropped everything and just began to run. Somehow, we made it back to the car in just a couple hours. The sounds of the forest didn't die down for the entirety of the journey. Once we got back to the car, we assumed the battery would be dead, as we had unintentionally left the car lights on for several days. Luckily, almost as if it were a miracle, the car started fine and we got out to the park without a hitch. As of writing this, it's been 23 years since this happened, but the story still haunts me. I hadn't seen Will in several years, as he had moved away to a different state. I decided to write our story in honour of his memory, as I learned this morning of his passing. He had been suffering from mild depression long before our experience, but I feel that the traumatic nature of the event only amplified his condition. To this day, I don't have a clue what it was in the park, as I've never told the story to a single person until now. Will and I never even spoke of the events after they happened, and I'd like to believe it was all just a nightmare or shared illusion, but we know it was much more than that. My boyfriend and I moved into an apartment 9 months ago, and we think there could be a ghost kitties here. We have 2 cats of our own, and we've seen both cats acting as if they're chasing something that isn't there. Their toys have gone missing every now and then, but what's spooky is I found 2 of their soft toys under our kitchen sink, behind a board that's blocking that area off.
Recently, there's been activity that I don't think ghost kitties could do. Cabinets have opened, light and heavy things have been thrown. Our shower curtain moves every now and then, electronics seem to die quick, and our TV brightness dims and brightens. I enjoy watching scary movies, and I decided that I'd watch one until my boyfriend got home from work. After the first movie was over, the energy in our living room felt different. I wasn't sure if it was because I was a little spooked from watching The Conjuring 3 or what. Mr. B, one of our cats, was staring at the corner with his ears back for a bit. All of a sudden, my beanie that was on the table flew at him, hit him, and made him run away to hide. That scared me a bit, so I went and stood in our kitchen for a while. While I was in there, a breeze flew by me. I decided I needed to step out because my stomach felt sick. When I stood outside our apartment, I heard one of the cats meow and the dishes move. I decided to go back there because I couldn't leave our babies alone there. While I was sitting in the kitchen, one of the cabinets creaked open. This is where I almost started to cry. Luckily, my boyfriend got home a few minutes later. I've experienced things happening before and I felt fine, but the energy I've been feeling the past couple of days is making my stomach knot. Another thing that concerns me is that some of our things seem to go missing. Back in October, I knew I put my earrings on our bedside table before I went to bed. I wanted to put them back on a few days later, but they were gone. We thought maybe one of the cats knocked them onto the floor, so we looked everywhere in our room, and we still haven't found them. We've also lost my boyfriend's main car keys. We have a big jar on one of the tables in our living room that I put our keys, wallets, and coins in. If my boyfriend places his things down, I always end up picking them up and putting them in the jar before bed. Well, he came home late one night while I was already asleep and put all of his things down on the coffee table, keys, wallet, etc. Woke up in the morning and everything but his keys were still there. I've deep cleaned our whole apartment and still haven't found the things that have gone missing. I've also noticed red marks show up in my skin that weren't there minutes before. These are just a few of the experiences I've witnessed. There's been a lot more. They only seem to be the most active around me. My boyfriend has only witnessed a few things happen to him, and most of the time, it's little things while I'm in the room with him. I feel like the energy in our apartment has shifted, and now I start to feel sick almost every time I witness something happen. Is there a way to cleanse the negative energy I keep feeling? So I'll start off by saying I'm very into the paranormal. However, I maintain that I'm a skeptic. I haven't really had any outlandish experiences. Nothing like a ghost screaming in my ear or seeing a full-body apparition. Mostly stuff like feeling uneasy in certain areas, hearing little whispers and creaks and groans, seeing things out of the corner of my eye. I also experience hallucinations, so I try to keep that in mind. I also like to shop at Goodwill a lot. You can get cheap junk here, and I love junk, especially dolls. I have a few haunted dolls, a few that are just decoration, but nothing I've ever gotten from Goodwill I ever considered haunted, until recently. My significant other and I went to Goodwill a day or so ago to pick up some last-minute gifts, and as we were looking around, I saw this large wooden box that's mostly black with some hand-painted birds and things. It's pretty old, maybe 25 to 50 years old, I don't really know. But I knew my mother-in-law would love it because she has an affinity for boxes. So we pick it up and head out to there. No uneasy feeling. No feeling at all for it really. But maybe I was too scatterbrained at that time and not really listening to any sixth sense I might have. That night, I got to bed relatively early, which is unusual for me as I have a really hard time falling asleep and usually don't get to bed till around 4 in the morning. Maybe an hour after I fall asleep, I suddenly wake up and experience what I'm assuming was sleep paralysis. My head is tucked under my significant other's shoulder and between pillows, so I can't see anything, but I could feel that there was someone else there. I told myself to relax, it'll pass, and I'll be able to sleep soon. This isn't the first time I've had paralysis, and it probably won't be the last. Granted, it hasn't happened for at least 3 years. Suddenly, I get the urge to turn my head and look at my door leading from the bedroom to my attic. but I know I shouldn't look because I'll probably see something I don't want to, and I can't exactly move anyway. But for some ungodly reason, the urge to turn my head and look was so wrong. I felt like, holy shit, I'm breaking out of sleep paralysis. Isn't that a first? I didn't look, thank God, but the presence that I felt earlier was stronger, and I was getting that scary little demon girl in a horror movie vibe. Eventually, I fell back asleep without realising it, but when I woke up, I had the worst pain in my chest, and my neck was all tied up on one side. I'm talking, it felt like I had someone punching my chest every time I took a breath or moved, or was alive in any way. And if I tried to turn my head, my neck would explode. This happened the next night as well, but I have no idea whether or not it happened a third time, because it was Christmas Eve, so it was time to wrap it up and send it off to my mother-in-law. I didn't say anything to her about it, because I honestly didn't attribute what was going on to the box. I actually completely forgot all about it until I had to wrap it. Since I've given it to her, however, I've been sleeping like a baby and woke up feeling refreshed and without any aches or pains. I'm interested in talking to her a little down the road and seeing if she's experienced any of the same thing. Maybe if that box really is a spooky demon box, she'll say something before I get the chance to bring it up. I firmly believe that there are many unexplained things in this world. You know, the things we have a hard time discussing with others because you don't want to be labelled as crazy. But you know they are, all the same. My dad's house, I believe, contains such an entity. There really isn't one big story to tell, but rather a bunch of small ones that combine into something really hard to write off as sheer coincidence. Most of these are told from my dad's perspective, although I was able to experience one for myself. I was spending the night at Dad's house one time, and we were all in the living room watching TV. My little sister was sitting on the couch with my dad and stepmom, and I was sitting in the recliner with one of the dogs. The other dog was laying in front of the couch. In between the couch and recliner was an end table, and sitting on the table was a glass box that my stepmom got from her mom. We were paying it no mind when we heard a crash. We weren't expecting it, so we all jumped. The glass box on the table had fallen off the back side of the table and broke. The glass box had been sitting a good distance away from the edge, so it couldn't have fallen on its own. No one was close enough to bump the table. It was like someone lightly pushed the box off the edge, like what a cat would do. We investigated for several minutes before chalking up to another one of those incidents. My dad was standing in the middle of the living room watching the TV. It was in the middle of the day, and he was the only one home. Suddenly, from the direction of his and my stepmom's bedroom, he heard a loud and deep ha-ha. His first thought was that someone had broken into the house, so we ran in there ready to beat the daylights out of the intruder, only to find an empty room. He looked around for a while and didn't find anyone there. Another time, my dad was in the living room again. It was just him and the dogs. He got up to grab the remote, and he made a comment. You know the kind you make when you think out loud? Then he heard someone hiss, "Silence," into his ear. My dad, the king of underreactions, simply grabbed the remote and on his way back to the chair said, "How about you shut the fuck up?" He didn't hear anything else for the rest of the day. One night, when my dad and stepmom had just gotten in bed, they'd just pulled the sheets over them, the door that leads to their bathroom shook. I'm not talking about some mild shaking that may come with an old house. It was like someone took hold of the door itself and was violently trying to shake it off its hinges. Needless to say, my stepmom was glad that my dad wasn't working nights that night. Along with these things, there are some shadow people sightings made by both my dad and my little sister. One time, in the middle of the day again, my dad was in the kitchen watching one of his football shows. Something compelled him to look towards the entrance of the kitchen, and he saw shadowy, disembodied feet walk across the entrance. My dad, once again the king of underreactions, looked out the kitchen. When he saw nothing, he shrugged his shoulders and went back to his football. This sighting is something that both my dad and little sister swore up and down they saw. On the right back corner of the living room, there's a very short hallway with 3 doors. A door to the bathroom, a door to my room, and a door what used to be my sister's room, but is now used for storage. The 2 bedroom doors are on the right side of the bathroom door, right in front of them. You can see the bedroom doors from the living room. They saw a shadowy figure leave the bathroom and head into the storage room. That being said, the storage room seems to be where this thing dwells when it isn't bothering my family. It's to the point that my sister refuses to ever go into that room again. And even just walking past that room is enough to cause your hairs to stand on end. I could go on for hours, but I'm going to stop here. If any of you have any idea of what we're dealing with, please let me know. So when I turned 18, I just graduated from high school. This was 2017. After summer, I found a brand new apartment complex. Literally not one building was up. There was only a trailer for the office. I got a new 2-bedroom, 2-bath apartment and moved in shortly after the first half of my building was finished. Anyways, just a little intro. Nothing happened in the beginning. Everything was cool, and the apartment was usually quiet. Right around before summer 2018, my roommate, we'll call her Jessica, moved out, right? So I found that my good friend was looking for a roommate, but didn't have her own apartment yet. So, we'd hit each other up and she ended up moving in. All was fun and games until around the 2 or 3 week mark of her moving in. Things super low-key started happening. It wasn't serious. They were, I would say, scientifically explainable things. The drawer would be open, our bedroom doors would be open, or sometimes we would leave them open to let the house heat up at night, and the doors would be closed when we came back. Our bedrooms were carpeted, and the door has a hard time itself opening and closing because of the carpet. A couple more weeks go by, and it intensifies a little bit. We started to hear the doors close. We would see black shadows from my room. I thought it was just because it's dark and our eyes play tricks on us. No big deal. Things were almost misplaced all the time. Things would randomly be tipped over. Okay, now, it was about the 2 or 3 month mark of her living there. My roommate came home and was taking a bath in a bathroom, and she heard footsteps in the hallway. She said she 100% swore it was me. She said my name, but nothing came. She messaged me, and I was still at work. She recalls even hearing the skin to floor as if the feet were sweaty. We can't even hear anything from our downstairs neighbours. I started hearing it a few weeks later. She only signed a 6-month lease because she wanted to get her own place near the college. So I met a girl at work. She will be Grace and her boyfriend Kyle. Grace immediately caught in on the activity in the house. It was very frequent. It was like whatever it was wanted to be known. My friend Hannah liked to come and stay a couple of days, and one time she was staying, and Grace and I left for work that morning, and Kyle was staying the night before, but he had a convention at the place Grace and I had worked at. So he and Grace rode together to work, while I took my own rig. About halfway through my shift, I noticed that Hannah was online, therefore must have finally woken up. Almost instantly, she messaged me and said, "Is Grace's boyfriend still here?" And I forgot that he came to work for the convention, so I said yes. She replied, "Oh, okay, good. Kind of scared me. I heard someone coming from Grace's room." And I started to remember that Kyle did have to come here. So I asked Grace if he for sure was here, and she said yes, because they rode together. I called Hannah and told her, and she freaked out. I'd gotten home later to her with all the lights on and the curtains pulled back. She explained to me that she kept hearing something coming from Grace's room while she was sleeping, and she thought it was snoring, so she assumed it was Kyle. It finally got so loud that Hannah just woke up and got on her phone. She said even then, the noise got louder until it just stopped. We discussed it with my friend, who'd suggested it might be like snarling or growling. Hannah went pale and quickly came to realise that it was exactly what it was. We shagged up the house and all, but nothing ever helped. Things continued to go on, and I was forced to move home recently, and I know it was still haunted. The footsteps down the hall were so real. There were times I thought it was my cousin or Hannah walking down while I was in the bathroom, so I thought I'd scare them while I was coming out, and they would still be sitting in the living room or sleeping. The lights also flickered the last month of me living there, and it was pretty late. It happened for no reason, and it wasn't even consistent flickers. They were random and different with each light in the house. I also sometimes woke up at 3 to 3:30 at night for no reason, and I was terrified. Absolutely no reason. When I was a child, I absolutely believed in ghosts, and the idea of them fascinated me. But as I got older, seeing shows on TV or videos on the internet that were clearly fake or extremely suspicious turned me into a non-believer, or at most, very skeptical. Now, I'm 21 and just moved out to my uncle's place into my own apartment. It's a very old building. It's a pretty large house that's been turned into a fourplex. It even has a historical building plaque outside on it, though I'm having trouble finding any info on it. 3 of the 4 apartments were just remodeled this year. The one that wasn't is because it was occupied at the time. At the moment, it's just me and him in the building. I'm on the top floor on one side, and he's on the other side on the ground floor. I've been here for almost a week now. Of course, I've heard your generic old building noises, creaks and snaps from the cooling fall temperatures, that sort of thing. There were a couple of times in the first 2 days that I thought I saw movement in the corner of my eye, and didn't think anything of it. All seemed fairly well, until the night before last. I was in bed watching YouTube on my phone. Lying down, not quite on my back, not quite on my side. Holding up my phone, my arms eventually got tired, and as I was setting down my phone on my bed, I could have sworn from behind where I was just holding up my phone, a very, very faint, shadowy head or face was there, and quickly ducked out of view. Now, I realise that sounds absolutely terrifying, but I was very tired and was just staring directly at the bright screen of my phone, and what I saw was very, very faint. I figured if I had really seen something, it was a minor hallucination. Slept well, got up and went to work. Came home and relaxed for a few hours in a very good mood. I took a shower, got into bed, and fell asleep between 2 and 2:30 a.m. I woke up at some point between 3:30 and 4. It's usual for me to wake up many times a night. I turned to lie on my right side and stretched a bit and just lied for about 5 or 10 minutes. At this point, I'm absolutely wide awake. The night is absolutely still and silent. I get to the point where it's time to flip over, and as I do, the unthinkable happens. As clear as day, from the side that I'm flipping over to, no more than 7 feet away from me, a female voice at normal conversation volume says something. In my absolute shock and disbelief, I didn't fully catch what she said. I'm pretty sure it was 3 syllables or words, the first of which I'm fairly certain was he's. At this point, I'm absolutely horrified and just start shaking, sweating, and on the verge of crying. This voice was so incredibly clear and real that I could tell you with absolute certainty she was in her mid-20s and that it originated from 5 to 5.5 feet off the floor. Also, in all honesty, it didn't feel like what she said was directed at me. I couldn't tell you why, but it really seemed to me like she was answering someone else's question about me. Or perhaps it wasn't about me at all. Once I got my courage back, I tried as hard as I possibly could to recreate what I heard. I thought that my bed had just made a noise, that my brain had somehow recognized its female human speech. But I couldn't for the life of me get my bed to make a noise that sounded even remotely similar to it, let alone even close to as loud as she spoke. I've had sleep paralysis many times. This was not it. Like I said, I was 100% awake. Also, I didn't think about it at first, but the side of the room the voice came from is the same side of the room that I thought I may have seen that slight, shadowy head figure the night before. I'm still in shock. I'm not sure if I'm crazy or what. All I know for sure is that I've never had anything like that happen in my life before. If you've ever experienced something like this, I'd love to hear about it. I want to know that I'm not going insane. Also, my mom gave me a voice recorder. I don't know how long it can record at a time, but I might just see if I can have it recorded as I sleep all night. 2 weeks ago, my little dog Max died. He was diagnosed with an illness a few months ago, with an uncertain prognosis, but I could tell the end was coming. My best friend was going to pick me up at 9 a.m. on Friday morning, and I was going to have him put him to sleep, as his illness was progressing, and his quality of life had declined severely. However, the night before we were going to take him, he passed in his sleep, which I thought was a blessing. He was in his bed right beside me. Me and my two best friends had a nice little funeral service in my backyard that evening, where we buried him and told silly stories about our little buddy. The whole thing was bittersweet. We shed a lot of tears, but we also had champagne and talked about this little sassy, yappy self. 2 nights after Max's death, me and my young daughter were in the kitchen playing pretend lemonade stand. She was standing, and I was sitting on the floor. When I pushed up off the floor and twisted around to get up, I saw a 3D, grey, almost opaque, but just so slightly transparent version of Max. He walked from behind the kitchen island and walked right up to the kitchen door that leads to the back porch, and just kind of slowly faded through it. There were no defining features such as nose, eyes, or mouth, but the body shape, head shape, ear shape, and gait were a complete giveaway that it was Max. He's been mine for 11 years, so I know his body and his walk as good as my own. I was pretty jarred, but wrote it off quickly, as my grieving brain playing tricks on me. Until my 3-year-old looked up at me and said, "Mama, was that Black Shadow Max? How did he go through the door?" I was gobsmacked. If I'd seen him myself, I wouldn't have given him much thought, but the fact that my toddler saw him too makes me think that my brain was not playing tricks on me. It still feels so weird about it. My toddler thinks it was the coolest thing ever and won't stop talking about it. Although now she's confused because I reiterated to her a dozen times that Max was not coming back after we buried him. Now she keeps saying I lied to her. When my little sister was 2 to 6, she had 2 imaginary friends, Madden and Jacob. She was 2 when she started talking about them in serious detail non-stop. She told us their hair colour, their skin colour, what they liked to wear. We had no idea where she got the name Madden from. It seemed kind of random. She talked to them more than she talked to anyone in the family. She talked to them all the time, until one day she just stopped. She started 1st grade, made some visible friends, and never mentioned Madden or Jacob again. We chalked it up to childhood imagination. Well, over 20 years later, I have a daughter. She began talking at 1, and by 18 months was talking like a pro. One day, I was watching her jump on the bed. She was 2. As I was standing there, she looked at me and said, "Mama, go downstairs. We won't fall off." So I said, "Who won't fall? The 5 little monkeys?" And she nonchalantly said, "No, me, Jacob, and Madden." I was floored, but I immediately called my mum and sister to see if they had mentioned Madden or Jacob recently. They both replied by saying that they forgot all about them, and we were also weirded out. I asked my daughter where she heard the names Madden and Jacob, and she simply said, "They told me." Everyone I've told this is like, "Oh, I'm sure one of you mentioned it to them." And she was really little and forgot about it, but I know we didn't. As I said, we had all forgotten about my sister's imaginary friends until my kid said she was jumping with them. She's only mentioned them twice since then, and it's been months since she last did. A couple of years ago, my family and I had just gotten home mid-morning from a road trip vacation. Everyone went to their rooms to get some sleep, since we'd been travelling all night without rest. I wasn't too tired, so I just went to my room. Sitting on my bed, I had a direct view of my window that only had curtains, and that day I had drawn my curtains open, because it was a quiet and calm early afternoon blue sky that looked really nice. My window was about 6.5 feet tall from the ground, outside. Now from my window, I can see my backyard, which is enclosed. We have a tall fence enclosing it, and all the gates are locked. It's hard to climb up for an adult, let alone a kid. That's why what I saw next,
I know didn't come from outside or another neighbour's home. I'm reading on my bed when I glance up at the window, and there I see him. A young boy was staring at me through the window. I didn't even know how to react. Did we leave the gates unlocked or something? I just stared back at him, dumbfounded. He stared back at me with a very silent and childlike gaze. Then I realised that I could see him from the chest up, but he wasn't holding onto anything or seemingly holding onto anything, as his hands looked to be at his side. Recall that the bottom side of the window from the outside is around 7 feet tall. I felt uncomfortable, wondering how in the world he was able to get up that high. Thinking I was hallucinating or something, I dove off my bed to get a rational explanation. I felt a little off-put, but not exactly scared. Approaching the window, I kept eye contact and noticed his eyes were so similar to the blue sky. And I don't even know why, but that's the only feature I can remember now. Kind of cliche, that the only colour of his eyes was the thing I remembered, but that was it, besides him being a young boy. Then when I was a foot closer to the window, he just vanished into thin air in the blink of an eye. It was shocking to say the least, but looking out the window, there was nothing he could stand on and nowhere he could have ran to without me seeing him. I felt really uneasy and left the room afterwards, and eventually fell asleep in the living room, away from the windows. I have no idea what it was I saw. Looking back on it now, I'm still very sure that I did see it, because I can remember exactly how I felt and how the events took place. When I remember it, I don't feel fear. Rather, in its place is a sense of calmness. This happened on Christmas Eve, but I've only been able to sit down and write it out now. I work as a cop in a small town where usually nothing happens. Last summer some children went missing, and I helped on the case. They thankfully were found, and I learned there were creatures living in the dark. However, knowing there were supernatural creatures out there didn't change how I lived. When we got a report of a man missing on one of the hiking trails, I didn't think anything strange happened. He just got lost in the snow that was coming down. I joined the search party looking for him while reviewing what we knew. A tall, dark-haired man signed in at the ranger station that day before saying he would sign back out at the end of the day. When he didn't arrive, the rangers started to worry. They did a quick check along the trails, asking if anyone had seen him. They hoped he just forgot to sign out. When they found torn clothing and blood on the trail, the situation became more serious. There wasn't enough blood to know if he died, only that he was hurt in some way. The torn scraps of clothing matched the pants the man was wearing, so the rangers called us out for some help. I was still a newbie when I came to search and rescue, so I stayed by my team to look through the trails. The first day, everyone came up empty. We started to think this was a body recovery mission due to the dropping temperatures. When the snow started to fall, we didn't think this man would make it if he was injured. On Christmas Eve, I was out searching again. To my great embarrassment, I got lost. It was pretty impressive that I was separated from my group when I was surrounded by professionals in the field. As we walked in the frozen woods, glittering from the recent snowfall, I heard something. On the wind was the faintest voice calling for help. I heard something, I told my team leader over my shoulder. I'm just going to take a few steps over there to check it out. Hugh, wait for us to go together, my leader replied. He took a step and got his foot caught in something under the snow. He swore, and I didn't wait as I was told, but he was only a few feet away and still within sight. I reassured him once again I was only going to take a few steps ahead. When I did so, I slipped down a slope I didn't see. Luckily, I wasn't harmed from the short fall, just surprised by what happened. I sat in waist-deep snow, cold and confused. My radio and phone were still working, and that was a good sign. I would just need to wait a few seconds for someone to see me so I could rejoin the team. My radio crackled at my shoulder. Hugh, where did you go off to? My team leader demanded, sounding stressed. I slipped down a little slope. I can climb up on my own. I shall be right in front of you, just a few feet away, I answered back. There was a long pause and I listened, trying to locate my leader. Something wasn't right. I was so nearby, I should have heard myself on the radio. But nothing stirred in those woods. I should be hearing something, and yet it was as silent as the grave. I don't see you. You just disappeared right in front of me. It's weird. Try climbing up and then stay in one spot. Alright, see you shortly. I spoke into my radio, then clipped it back on. It wasn't until I climbed to the top of the slope with some difficulty that I started to get worried. I should have seen my own footprints in the snow, and yet there was none. I couldn't see where I slipped a few minutes before, or any other signs of life. I started to suspect something not natural was going on when I didn't see anyone else in those woods. I tried my radio again, only to have nothing happen. I could listen to other channels, but nothing I said was getting out. My phone was doing the same thing. The GPS wasn't working, nor was it able to call or text. My radio cracked to life, and I jumped at the noise. We found you. Team 11 is going to bring him down to get warm. We'll keep looking without him. After that last message, the radio went dead. It no longer turned on, even after I replaced the batteries. I stood frozen, in fear, staring at the now useless radio. There weren't 11 teams out today. For some reason, I was stuck in the middle of the cold forest without anyone looking for me. I knew if I let myself panic, it would only bring my survival rate down. I thought I remembered how to get back to the trail. We didn't go very far before I was separated. If that didn't work out, I would hunker down somewhere I could stay warm and think of a different plan. I don't know if something supernatural was going on. Now that I'd seen those sort of things, I believed in them. I could be trapped in a loop again. By some miracle, I found the trail again. I may be on the trail, but I was literally not out of the woods yet. As I walked, I kept an eye on the time. It was getting dark earlier, and it felt like the temperature had dropped since I'd gotten lost. I knew I only had a few more minutes of walking until I reached the end of the trail, when I heard the sound that caused me to walk off in the first place. Someone screamed for help. I turned on my heels, nearly tripping myself from moving so fast. The sound was close and desperate. I did something very stupid. Instead of walking to safety, I did the same thing that got me lost in the first place. I went towards the direction of the noise, with my gun at my side. Someone, please! The voice was hoarse. It sounded as if he was screaming and running at the same time. I charged forward and nearly collided with the screaming man. Stepping aside at the last second, he flew forwards, tripping over into the snow. His heavy pack forced him off balance. At first, I wondered why he still had such a heavy thing on his back. Then I realised without his supplies, he wouldn't have survived in the cold overnight. I lifted him out of the snow, the panicked man coughing and sputtering. "Run! We need to run!" he shrieked, grabbing a hold of my arm. Before I asked him what we were running from, the snow a few feet away from us started to burst up, as if something unseen was moving through it. Then I realised something was moving under the snow. Hauling the skinny man along, we both started to move as fast as possible, with something on our heels. I felt him get caught on something. He jerked backwards as something grabbed his bag. As I pulled him forwards, I heard a ripping sound. He'd lost his water bottle pouch and all the contents, but we escaped with our lives. At least, for the moment. We found the trail again, worn out from our run through the snow and the woods. Our second wind came in, and we ran along the uneven ground as more snow along the trail kicked up following us. I wasn't even thinking. I was just running as fast as I could, trying to get us safe. The man stumbled again. I wasn't quick enough to catch him or stop his fall. He crashed to the ground, and I couldn't stop right away. Panting, he sat up in horror as someone burst out from the snow, directly towards its victim. I only saw a vague shape of the creature covered in fur. I wasn't very big, but I knew it was deadly. Raising my gun, I fired. I didn't hit the creature, but scared it enough for it to dart back into the snow and away from us. Looking around, I didn't see any more of the strange creatures moving in the snow. They could be staying still, watching us, but I didn't see a sign of them. I quickly went over and helped the man up. I took his pack from him so he could move faster. He had been lost for over a day already. I was the strongest of the pair. We kept going, hoping we would see some help soon. He remained silent as he walked as fast as possible. Neither of us could run just yet. The longer he walked, the more the fear spread. Finally, we stopped, him exhausted and needing a break. I shared my water and a half-frozen granola bar. "Shouldn't we be at the end of the path yet?" he asked, after eating and thanked me for the small meal. "Yes, we should. The problem is, I don't recognize anything in the area. I made sure to remember what the trail out looked like just in case I got lost," I commented, looking over the unfamiliar trail. He looked even paler than before. His glasses slipping down his face, he adjusted them with trembling hands. I looked him over, wondering what he was doing out here. I've only worked in this area for half a year, but you start to notice what type of people go camping and hiking. He wasn't wearing any brands of clothing made for winter hikes or camping. His tent and sleeping bag rolled on his pack looked like summer ones. I wondered how he wasn't freezing in his wet jeans. Maybe hiking was a new hobby he just picked up. I didn't introduce myself. "I'm Hugh. I'm an officer. We were looking for you. You're Richard, correct?" I extended my hand for him to take. He shook it, looking a bit nervous. Richard was a very thin man. His fingers are bony and cold, even through his gloves. Good thing I found him as soon as I did. He would starve to death in a few days because his body already had nothing to work with. "Yes, I'm Richard Hort. I was told by my boss that hiking would be a great hobby for me, so I listened to him. I really should have waited until the summer. I wasn't expecting to get lost, but I brought a tent with me in case I did," he explained. We were walking as we spoke, and Richard kept looking in every direction. I didn't blame him. The sun was starting to set, and we hadn't seen anyone else. Those creatures could attack us at any moment. I wasn't certain if I could keep my hands steady enough to hit a small moving target in the cold and dark. "Is your leg all right? We found part of your pants and some blood," I asked Richard, noticing he wasn't limping. He lifted his leg to show off his sock over the top of his warm pants. He gave me a bit of a shy look, as if he was embarrassed. "I'm fine. One of those things grabbed my pants and I stabbed it with a knife I carried. But it got away with my knife still inside it, and I didn't even get a good look at it." I was impressed by him, even though he didn't kill the creature and lost his weapon. He looked nervously at the setting sun and the cloud rolling in. Still, we hadn't got to the end of the trail. I didn't think we would before dark. "At least you only lost part of your pants. We'll figure out how to get safe," I said, hoping I sounded confident in my answer. Any confidence left us when the sun went down. We agreed to set up for the night. Being on the trail felt sulphur than the harsh wind made it possible to keep the tent up. We found a space between some trees with low enough snow to attempt to start a fire. Richard was hunched over, building a very small fire pit as I hammered in the tent pegs. My hands felt frozen and numb before I was even finished. Off in the woods, small noises made us freeze in our work. Neither of us commented on how every sound could be one of those creatures. Finally, a fire was set up so we could huddle around trying to stay warm. It was pretty difficult finding enough twigs to burn. Our fire was small, but it was something. Snow started to drift down on the wind. I checked my phone to see if I could get a signal at all. Nothing, but the clock said it was 9 p.m. "Early Merry Christmas," I said to Richard in a low whisper. He gave me a strange look. Then a smile came over his face as he got closer, trying to steal any of my body heat he could. We could die from mysterious creatures or just the elements. The only thing I could control is how we dealt with it. I found another granola bar in my pack. I offered it to Richard, only to have him shake his head. Forcing it inside his hand, I stared forwards, trying to think of something else we could do. In truth, I felt completely helpless. I wasn't some sort of tough monster hunter or super cop. I barely knew anything about camping or hiking. I'd been trying to learn whatever I could, only to have the information not stick in the slightest. At least my water bottle was metal. We could pack it with snow to melt it over the fire. We took turns drinking hot water that helped us stay warm and hydrated. "You should rest. I can stay on watch. My phone should still work if I keep it warm and off. I can wake you up in a few hours. Do you know how to fire a gun?" Richard looked pale, but nodded. He didn't appear to look very interested in having to shoot at the creatures that attacked him. I made him show me that he could, in fact, aim properly. His hands shook in the cold, which was expected. Mine would do the same in the heat of the moment. I wished Richard was found by someone else. I could only do what I was able to keep up going. "Wake me up in 2 hours," Richard asked. I nodded, knowing I was lying. He needed more rest than only 2 hours. As Richard was curled up inside the tent, I kept the tiny fire going. I kept checking my radio. It was tempting to check the time every 5 minutes. Every small sound caused my body to tense. The snow started to get heavier. The small fire wasn't giving enough heat. I was soon trembling so hard it hurt. Still, I didn't wake up Richard to trade places with him. I wanted to stay outside for as long as possible. The cold may be making me delusional. Growing weak, I nearly nodded off outside when a sound snapped me back to attention. It was a ripping sound coming from the tent. I shot up, only to fall back because of my weak legs. Richard let out a cry of shock that motivated me to move. With numb fingers, I opened the tent as the other man frantically tried to get out. He piled on me as the tent was grabbed and dragged back into the darkness. Snow picked up around us. We did the only thing we could. We ran back to the trail. The moon reflected off the snow, letting us see. A growling sound came from our heels. As we stumbled onto the clear trail, small creatures darted out from the snow. I was clutching onto Richard in order to keep him upright. He was shaking from the sight of the third creatures that finally showed themselves. 2 stood on all fours facing us, growling away. I drew my gun, ready to shoot. What happened next caused me to freeze. The 2 creatures stood up on 2 legs. I could clearly see that instead of some small animals looking like beasts, they appeared almost human-like, wearing fur coats. Small, as if they were children. Orange glowing eyes stared at their prey. Both growled as their lips drew back, showing off countless sharp teeth. If I pulled the trigger, it would hit one of the creatures. It was taking small steps closer, but didn't get out of the way of my weapon. One small move, and I could injure or kill this thing. "Shoot it," Richard hissed in a low whisper. My finger tensed, but I didn't fire the gun. No matter how much I wanted to protect the man next to me, I just couldn't fire at the small thing coming ever closer. My body refused to move at that moment. Richard became panicked, looking between the gun and the monster that nearly killed him. He didn't understand why I didn't kill it. "It's only a child," I admitted in a distraught voice. I couldn't shoot it because it looked like a 5-year-old boy. A wild child with beastly features, but still a child. Richard looked betrayed at my actions, and I did betray him. I placed these creatures above both of us. I simply couldn't harm something so small. I let out a cry of regret as the creature burst forwards, knocking him to the ground. I watched in horror, still unable to fire my weapon as they tore at his jacket. He screamed while trashing. Unable to get away from him, he begged for help. Feathers from his coat flew joining the snow. I let out a choked sob over the fact I just let a man die in front of my eyes. "No, please, they're eating me!" I shook at his voice. Unable to keep watching, I looked away, eyes shut tight. When I heard his final word, I opened my eyes to look back, confused. I could have sworn I heard Richard say blag. It was such a comical sound I didn't believe it. No one being torn apart would even use such a sound. "Children, come over here." This time, I was the one who felt betrayed. A voice I recognized called out to the small creatures, telling them to leave the man alone. They listened. Both ran on all fours away from Richard so I could see his torn open and bloody chest. No one should be able to live through those injuries. He looked dead. I was sure of it. Turning, I was ready to confront the new person who just arrived. In the snow was a boy no older than 14. Pure white hair and red eyes. He was distressed and an oversized sweater, and at the time, I didn't notice he was wearing any shoes. I've come across him twice now, and I was still shocked to see him. "Ellie?" I choked out. The 2 creatures were circling him, but in a friendly way. as if they were cats receiving attention from their owner. Ellie may not look like much, but this small boy was powerful. All the supernatural creatures listened to him, whether they wanted to or not. It looked like you failed your test, the small boy commented, looked past me, and to the ruined chest of Richard. What test? I asked, utterly confused. Ellie gave a sigh. He was petting the small creatures, looking as if he was unsure of how to explain something difficult. I'm the Silver King, correct? Each king only lasted around 10 years. I need to find my replacement, but haven't put any effort into that at all. You appear to have qualities to be the next king, so I set up a test for you. You failed, because you're unable to kill a childlike creature, even if your life or if another depended on it. Now, Neff, please get up. You're giving poor Hugh trauma. Another shock came as Richard sat up. His coat was torn, but chest healed until all the blood disappeared. He gave me a smirk that didn't look like it belonged to the man I'd met that day. His posture was completely different. His eyes changed from a dark colour to a bright red. My jaw dropped open and I looked between him and Ellie. I just couldn't believe I'd been set up. You're... I said, still in shock. Just fine. Kind of cruel to think you caused a man's death, but I suppose it needed to be done. King candidates are respected by supernatural creatures, and we don't mess with you, even if you fail your test. You're still an honoured human, recognised by our king, so you shouldn't have any issues with nasty creatures from now on. Hey, want to go out for a drink to make up for faking my own death thing? Richard, or rather Neff, explained with a raised eyebrow. No thank you, I said, dismissing his flirting as kindly as possible. Oddly enough, he didn't look offended, but rather flattered someone refused him in a kind tone. Ellie was walking towards us, and my state of shock needed to wait. I finally saw he wasn't wearing shoes in the snow and panicked. My coat and shoes were far too big for him. He may be an all-powerful creature, but I just couldn't stop myself. I scooped him up and tucked him under my coat. I zipped it up so his head was sticking out, just like my own, and his cold feet tucked into my arms as I carried him. His face turned red, but he didn't struggle from being swooped up. When Neff let out a snort, Ellie narrowed his eyes. Eat him, the boy said to the small creatures, who gladly listened. I stared as the taller man took off, trying to evade the fur-wearing feral children, listening to their king. Is he going to be all right? I asked, as I watched them bite his heels. Maybe. I don't care. You should be getting back home before someone realises you're actually missing. The lie I created to get you alone will fall apart if you don't answer your phone or if someone checks in on you at home, Ellie explained, looking pretty content with being under my coat. I was still mildly traumatised by the night's events, but getting Ellie somewhere warm was what I focused on. I walked down the trail, finding my way out, and to my car very quickly, because nothing supernatural was keeping me in the woods. With some arguments, I told Ellie he was going with me to the station. I was ordering a king around. For some reason, he listened. The station was empty when we got back. I led him to a spare room with a couch for a few minutes. I made some hot chocolate and grabbed something I'd put aside in my desk I'd gotten, just in case our paths crossed again. He accepted the hot chocolate, saying he really needed to leave. You can go after you finish your drink. But first, here, Merry Christmas. Holding out a brown wrapped present to the boy, I waited for him to take it. He looked stunned, as if no one ever got him a Christmas present before. The sad thought was, that fact may be true. I bought him the gift back in warmer weather, not knowing when I would see the boy again. Putting aside his hot chocolate for a moment, he took the small gift. Inside was a pair of black flip-flops. He looked at them with an odd half smile on his face. I didn't think he would wear shoes if I gave them to you, I admitted. Ellie looked a bit shy, trying his best not to let his smile show. With a small thank you, he started to sip at his drink again. After you're done being king and passing it along to someone else, you're welcome to stay with me. I mean, if you don't have anywhere else to stay, that is. I know you're strong and all that, but I feel guilty because I'm an adult. I should be able to help you more. Ellie shook his head at my last statement. Looking over at the gift, he appeared distant, as if he was holding back an awful truth. Instead of revealing it, he simply smiled. You're doing more than most. Knowing I'm welcome and have a place to stay is more than I ever expected. I'm not a king to you. I'm just me. I haven't had that in a long time. He sounded almost sad at his own words. Putting aside his half-finished hot chocolate, he announced he needed to leave, but I wasn't having any of that. I ordered him to finish his drink, then he could go. With a bit of a grumpy tone, he relented. By the time Ellie did finish his drink, the poor boy was nodding off. He let me tuck him in on the couch. By the time I turned off the lights, he was in a deep sleep. Without any doubt, this was a very rare time where he could just relax. I stayed at the office that night. I nodded off at my desk on and off until the morning crew came in and startled me awake. I checked the spare room to see that Ellie was gone. His clean mug in the sink and his flip-flops gone with him. He even folded the blanket before he left. Ellie's a good kid. I wish more than anything he would take me up on my offer to let him stay with me. For now, he's off doing a demanding job. There are creatures in the dark. I know that because I've seen them. Some are in the forest taking and eating people when they least expect it. Others are made simply to give children a good scare on Halloween. I know that even if I was a king's candidate, I would still come across these creatures and wonder what kind of danger I would get into. In the end, I felt it would all be worth it for a very small and very hard-working king.
My dad passed away the night before I began my senior year of college. I obviously missed the first week and was never the same. I lost a friend, confidant, and advisor, suddenly and unexpectedly. 7 months later, my girlfriend and I learned she was pregnant. And one of the first things she said to me was, "We're going to be okay. We're just bringing back a part of what you lost." This was wildly helpful and comforting since I was 22 and never held a baby before as an only child with an uncle that never had kids and cousins that lived 8 hours away. Shortly after we found out at school, our puppy started to bark softly at my desk. That desk happened to be the last thing my dad and I put together, the day before he died, before we got dinner. Suddenly, there was a crash. Something falling in the corner, which sent the dog into a state of constant barking. Not just the, "I think I heard something" bark she had previously done. Waking up in the morning, I saw a box of binder clips on the floor. There is no way they moved from the position they were in when I went to bed. They were firmly on the desk and not near an edge. Several years went by and my daughter was about 2, playing in my mom's house on a visit. I was talking to her mom and all of a sudden my daughter poked her head around the kitchen, waved and said, "Hi, Joey." My mom and girlfriend looked at her and asked, "What did you just say?" She had never heard the name or any of us talk about my dad before, but here she was saying hi to him. Her response was, "Just saying hi," innocently without a clue what was meant. Later that year, visiting my girlfriend's parents, we slept there one cold New England night. They have a lot of property and let people keep horses in the one area that was penned in. One of the horses had died earlier that day, and late night our daughter wanted to get in bed with us because the wind was howling, so she gave us each a kiss and said, "Good night, horsey ghost," which sent a chill through me. Again, she didn't see this horse had died or been back to see them since it was winter. The two of us in the darkness, lit only by the moon outside the window, mouthed WTF to each other. This has continued throughout our life, occasionally asking me for certain things that only have meaning to my dad and stories he would tell, using certain words and phrases, and playing with toys. She will occasionally be talking to Joey. At 10, I'm starting to wonder if she truly might have taken his place in the world, or just has that subconscious connection. Could she be a potential empath, since she is wildly emotional at times? I don't know nearly enough to know if I'm even in the right realm there. Or could it just be that she has a pure soul and certain things are revealed to her? Not sure if this is just me, but no matter what time, place, who I'm with, sober or fucked up, but the shadow people casually walk around Earth. They're not fully opaque, it's like a fuzzy haze and an outline of a person. Imagine a silhouette of energy. First time I started to see them was when I was around 14 and I would go out to my house's shed to smoke cigarettes. I would see them walk past me, down the road. They just walk around. At the time I called them wanderers, but I think shadow people is a better fit. One time stands out more to me when I was outside smoking weed and cigarettes by myself behind a shed. I turned around to face the shed and I see one of them peering around the corner, right into my eyes. There were hands and fingers that were curled around the corner, and in the middle was a clear head, no facial features, but staring right at me. We made eye contact for maybe 10 or 15 seconds, but it just slowly creeps around the shed out of sight. I've never really had a fear of them at any point, even the last one, though they would give me a slight spook walking down the road in the dark just to come face to face with one. But letting go of the worry of making too long a post, I'll tell the one time I actually felt scared of one. I was inside, sitting on my couch. I don't entirely remember, but I was probably high on weed. And from my seat, I can see perfectly into this one room. This one room I've always kind of had a spook from, like an open closet door at night. But this time I look up to see one, but not like I've ever seen previously. This one was a child, or at least child height, and it wasn't partly translucent like all the others. Standing in the doorway, clear as can be, it was a fully opaque silhouette of fuzzy, tense energy, with two dark pits where eyes are supposed to be. I'm sitting there staring at it. It's staring at me, and we hold. We probably held our gazes together for about 1 or 2 minutes, but I swear it felt like the longest time I've ever been in that seat. As it glares back at me, my whole body is filled with every negative emotion my body can process, and that's apparently a surprisingly large amount. Fear, loathing, wrath, sadness, hopelessness, confusion, everything horrifying and terrifying thing that's ever happened in this existence. Every great tragedy, genocide, shooting, and just every general fucked up shit in life. A full, deep, detailed understanding of all these rushed through my head, down my torso, then down into my arms and legs, and all while looking at what may have been something little or a whole lot more than a wanderer or shadow person. Sitting there, scared shitless, as slowly walks down the steps, and it's gone. I haven't seen it since, but I will say that I'm on the border between wanting to and not wanting to encounter it again. They're all still everywhere to this day. I have no idea what they are or if they're even real in any way, shape or form of the real world. This happened several decades ago. A friend got 3 of us using a Ouija board. I thought it was a goofy fake. As it got weirder, I wondered if there might be some kind of unintentional, subconscious influence happening. It started harmlessly, but it got darker. Many spirits became threatening over time and began to admit being the same individual. I felt I was being pranked, so I quit. The third friend, not the instigator, seemed weirdly obsessed and wanted to do it more, and started doing it alone. Then, one night at an outdoor party, the instigator got it out with the obsessed friend for a spooky laugh. There were about 10 teenage boys watching, mocking, and and laughing, The spirit eventually identified as the usual negative spirit and used some new names that many, many years later I saw associated online with demonic entities. Anyway, the spirit got really pissed by the mocking and insulting comments and questions, especially from one loud friend. It also mentioned other people we knew were talking to it. The loud friend thought we were messing with him and threatened to destroy the board. The spirit directly threatened him, so he grabbed the board and broke it into 2 pieces. There was a bizarre "now what" pause, and then the group decided we should burn the board, being the best idea for the group of drunk teens. At this point, most felt they were just going along with a joke, but some were getting freaked out. So, we tried to burn the board. It would not light. We had to go to a 7-Eleven and empty 2 entire containers of charcoal lighter fluid before it finally caught. As it burned, an obsessed friend was visibly upset and mumbled that he knew how to make one anyway. I asked, "What the fuck?" and he said, "It told me how." Days later, we found out a group of kids from the same high school also was on a Ouija board that night, and it also mentioned us to them, including that we had made it angry. This was before cell phones, and we were at an outdoor party, so nobody knew about the other group on party night. Several more days later, the loud friend who was threatened was in a serious car accident, being ejected from a pickup. He survived. As far as I know, the story ends there. I was not aware of anyone using a Ouija board after that. I was around 17 when this happened. I was a smoker, but my parents didn't like it when I would smoke in the house, so I would always go into our pantry that has a tiny window and smoke in there. I often have trouble falling asleep, so I would always go for a smoke between midnight and 3 a.m. So, everyone in the house is sleeping. I'm bored, so I'm on my way to smoke, and as soon as I get in front of the pantry door, I just stop. I had this awful feeling in my gut, and I just couldn't get in there, even though I was craving a smoke really bad. I go back to bed, and I make another attempt later, but the same thing happens. But I think nothing of it, and I just go to bed. Same thing happens next night, but I do get in the pantry and I start smoking. A couple of minutes pass by and I hear a light knock on my pantry door. I thought it was my mom just making sure it's me in the pantry, so I just say it's me. I continue smoking my cigarette, and a couple of minutes later I hear 3 louder knocks. I have a short temper, so I immediately open the door and annoyingly say, "It's me!" I thought it was my mom, but to my shock, no one was there. I just stand there for a second, then I closed the door and just tried to convince myself that it was in fact my mom, who somehow disappeared in a second. A minute later, I'm on my way to my room and I see my mom exiting the bathroom. I ask her if she knocked on the pantry door. She just tells me to go to bed because she was half asleep and couldn't be bothered. My family didn't believe me and they thought that I was crazy. But in just a few hours, they will think otherwise. That night, I went to a birthday party and was sleeping over at a friend's place. When I came back the following morning, my family had a complete change of heart. It was because my brother had a paranormal experience as well. While I was at the party, he was playing League of Legends and had headphones on because he was talking to his friends. All of a sudden, he felt someone grab his hoodie. He thought it was me or Mom telling him to keep quiet, but nope. No one was there. So, the next day we just lit the frankincense and did other Eastern European rituals. They worked for a while. I still to this day don't know what that was. May I add that this all happened around a big Christian Orthodox holiday. I've had a lot of paranormal experiences in my house and they happen from time to time. Sometimes I would have a paranormal experience twice in a month. Sometimes it would happen once a year, etc. I'm used to them at this point because, thank God, none of those experiences were dangerous. Just creepy. Oh, and I live about 100 meters away from a cemetery. My uncle, who worked for a major airline, befriended a couple. The wife was Filipino and the husband was Japanese. They have a young daughter around 1 to 3 years old who mostly spoke Japanese, and they lived in a townhouse somewhere in the Philippines. They invited my uncle to visit their house one day, and they invited me to come along with them. So it was my uncle, my 3 cousins, and I that went there for a relatively good time and planned to stay overnight. The day was normal. We went to a mall, took a dip in the pool, and ate good food. We have some language barrier problems since the husband and daughter doesn't speak Filipino or English, but the wife translated for us, so it wasn't all a big deal. Their house, as I said, was a townhouse. It was enough to fit their family, but too small with guests like us. They had 3 floors. The first floor was turned into a storage or something where it's not really suited to be occupied with a dirty kitchen at the back. The front door of their house was non-existent. The main entrance to their house was a gate that was around a foot from the doorway, but other than that, the doorway was wide open. The stairs have 2 doors, one on the bottom and one on the second floor. The second floor was their living room and a small kitchen area. This is where we planned to sleep. Then there was the 3rd floor where the family's bedroom was, but their stairs didn't have any door. We settled in for the night on the floor with blankets and pillows, and I don't recall what arrangement we had, but who's beside who anymore since this happened back in 2011. So, anyway, we went to bed, but after some time I was woken up by my cousin, who I'll call Rose. She was the second daughter out of 3 and who I know was somewhat sensitive to the paranormal since they did something in the past to talk to her best friend who died early. Rose was probably beside me as I was the one who she woke up first. She shook me awake and asked me to listen if I heard something. Groggily, I tried to listen for anything, and after a few minutes I heard knocks on the door. That woke me up fully. She explained that she hasn't gone to sleep and was on the phone. It was past midnight and the knocking on the second floor door started, and that's when she freaked out and woke me up. The knocking was in 4 successions with at least 2 or 3 seconds in between those 4, and then they'd stop, and after a minute or two it would knock 4 times again. The knocking didn't stop at all since she woke me up, and it was not so loud but solid and continuous, like a human was programmed to knock that way exactly the same. We were both scared but didn't move to answer the door or ask who was behind the door, since we both knew nobody could get in or was downstairs, and it was not somebody from outside, as there was no main door to the house and the knocking came from the second door of the staircase. We woke up her older sister and asked her to listen when she did. She stayed silent for a few seconds and tried to listen to which knocks came, but she said she didn't hear it and went back to sleep, pissed off, thinking we were playing with her. We also woke up her younger sister and she told us the same. Rose and I looked at each other in fear, and we just tried our hardest to go back to sleep, covering our ears. The only reason why I can hear it, because I have already established that my hearing is also sensitive to these types of experience rather than see entities from a young age. Though I can still see glimpses, but not that clear. In the morning, during breakfast, we told everyone what we experienced, and the wife told her husband that she thinks it was a mononoke or yurei, which was monster and spirit in Japanese. It was scarier for them because the number 4, shi in Japanese, which means death, is considered to be bad, like how 13 is to Western culture. I just wanted to post this here since I'm up 30 minutes after this just happened, and I don't see myself falling asleep anytime soon. To give some background, my boyfriend gifted me one of those mechanical movement music boxes a while ago. At first we played it pretty often because it was a cute song from a movie we both adore, but for at least a month now it has been sitting on a shelf next to my bed, unplayed. Recently I've been feeling some weird energy next to my side of the bed. I'm an empath and I tend to be sensitive to energies, but in all honesty, when it's time to go to sleep, I try to dismiss it because who really wants to have ghost activity? Not me. I know it's a hard pass. Plus, I love horror films, and I binged a series recently and assumed I freaked myself out with a little. But some nights it's been harder to ignore. I've been scared to get up and use the restroom during the night. One night I even switched places in bed with my boyfriend because the gaze of it felt so strong. I've had moments where I think I see something in the dark but dismiss it because it's too frightening to acknowledge. My boyfriend even had a bout of sleep paralysis in which he dreamt that I asked him what was behind me as I faced him in bed. Tonight I struggled again with the fear and anxiety, but I eventually managed to drift in and out of sleep until 4 a.m. That little mechanical movement music box started to play the tune entirely on its own. My boyfriend and I were startled awake, and at first I was disorientated and thought his alarm was going off. Anyways, we immediately turned the light on as we were both pretty freaked out. He's been able to go back to bed, but I burned some sage and did a blessing to try to ease my mind, which hasn't been particularly effective as I'm writing this now. I looked at the little box and tried to see if there was any way it could have done what it did on its own, and I have no answer. You have to twist the little knob at the bottom twice for it to even play. I don't know, you guys, I want to be wrong because the idea of something in my home, despite all of my protection charms, is really frightening. Hopefully the sun comes out soon so I can feel safe to sleep. So, when I was a junior in high school, I suffered from severe depression and my home life wasn't exactly rainbows and sunshine. It was nearing the end of October and my school was throwing a homecoming dance. I didn't really want to go, but my friends convinced me. I won't go into great detail, but the night ended horribly. It was the straw that broke the camel's back. Fast forward to the next morning, I woke up puffy-eyed and feeling absolutely hopeless. My mom and brother left to go to the store, leaving me home alone. I didn't waste a minute. I went to the medicine cabinet, grabbed all the pill bottles I could in my arms and went all in. The last thing I remember was pulling up to the ER, my mom trying to get me out of the seat. It all happened so fast. I didn't text my friends, I loved them, I didn't indicate in the slightest what I intended on doing, just nothing. Clearly my attempt didn't work as I'm writing this now, but while in the hospital I had a seizure. This may be important later. After a few days at the psychiatric facility, I was allowed phone calls, so I called my best friend and told her what happened. She was shocked. Rumours were flying around school, per usual at a small private school, that I'd gotten someone pregnant, my mom pulled me out of school, etc. One guy was joking to a group of people, my two best friends among them, that maybe I died. Super funny, I know. My best friend P said she felt a chill run down her spine as soon as he said it. She gave him an earful. My other friend A pulled P aside and they started discussing what could have happened. A told P that he thought he saw me walking down the street a couple of days before and how he tried to yell to me, but the person didn't turn or respond. P said that she had an awful feeling in her gut that something was very wrong. I often forget that this happened because, understandably, I want to put the past behind me. It was a long time ago. I saw a post of A's earlier today and thought how odd it was of someone as rational and realistic as him to see what he did and feel confident enough that it was me to share what he saw with P. It makes me wonder if my soul was in an in-between state, just wandering around, or maybe I did die and just switched into a reality where I lived. Spooky stuff. My name is Trevor and I live in southern Maine. My whole life I've felt connected to something other than what's in front of me. Everywhere I experience small things, and sometimes those things aren't easily explained. My most recent and strange experience happened just late last night, the night of October 17th, 2019. I moved into a new apartment in June. It's owned by a family friend, so before I moved in, I painted the walls and did some other personalization, just for fun. The first time I stepped foot into this apartment, I felt very uneasy. I'm not sure what it is, but the place just doesn't feel right. Many things have happened while I've been here, but last night was by far the worst. Maine was being hit by a thunderstorm. I had gone to bed expecting to lose power at some point in the night. I woke around 3:30 a.m. and felt like someone or something was watching me. I have a nightlight near my bed which was projecting a shadow onto my wall and ceiling. The shadow became bigger and bigger until I felt like whatever was there was right behind me. I started to roll over when the power went out and I could no longer see anything. I don't remember falling back asleep. I woke up for work around 6:15 a.m. per usual, but felt very strange. After getting up and walking into the bathroom, I realized my jaw was very sore. I also had a gash on the inside of my lip that wasn't there before. It's like I'd been punched in the face, and my jaw is still sore at the time of this writing. I really don't know what this was, and I absolutely could have been dreaming. I just wanted to share this in case anyone else has experienced with anything similar, waking up with cuts and bruises you don't have before you went to bed. So I have a sort of ghost story. It's gonna be pretty long because it's two different stories really, but possibly the same entity. These two incidents actually happened, and I to this day have no damn clue what it was I heard and saw. We've had a ton of other occurrences in between, but none so terrifying as these two, other than one of my kids being hit in their sleep and a handprint being left on them. Anywho, I live in Louisiana. Sort of like the breeding ground for this kind of stuff, right? The block I live on is just wrong. I could go on about it, but I won't. We've joked that it may be its own little hell map. Incident number 1. I'm basically the hood cat lady. I leave food out and toys and even a cute little bed for my little friends. There's one that especially took a liking to me that I liked to just sit outside at night and early morning and cuddle with it for a bit. It was around 2 a.m. As usual, I go to refresh bowls and I noticed how cold it was in the middle of the summer in Louisiana. My door was shut, so it's not the AC. I got this odd feeling and I began hearing whispers, and this voice, I kid you not, was an octave louder than Voldemort's. Look up, look at me. Stupid me, I looked up, and in the back seat of my car, where obviously no one was at 2 a.m., was my son. My 2-year-old son who was in the house. Asleep. Only the features were off, as if he was only a badly drawn memory from someone who had only seen him once. The eyes were too narrow, the smile was too wide, and only half his body was showing. I looked down, finishing my task, trying to look as calm as possible, and moved back into the house, locked and chained the door, and salted all the windows and doors. Incident 2. My wife works evening closing shifts that bring her home usually after 2 a.m. One night in our room, while my toddler in bed with me, I had begun hearing knocking sounds and muffled voices around 10 p.m. Assuming as neighbors, I ignored it, but as the night went on, the knocking sounds began to sound as if they were coming from closets and actual walls, even the ceiling. The voices got closer and began to sound more male. At 1 a.m., there was a bang at our back door, which is in the bedroom, leading to a fenced-in backyard with a chain and lock that only my wife has the key to, 'cause, you know, it's the hood and we have small kids. The voice I heard was literally my husband. No,
My wife. "It's me. Let me in, please, love." In her exact tone and using the name she calls me. Even my son jumped up yelling, "Mommy's home." But something was off. She never comes to the back door. She calls me or presses the doorbell. We have a ring. So, what the fuck? I almost went to open the door because it sounded so much like her, but instinct kicks in and I grabbed my son and my phone and moped out the room to my son's room up front because brought my daughter into his room and we locked the door. I called my wife and you guessed it, she was still at work. It could have possibly been her. When she came home, she looked around and she saw no evidence of anyone being there and no camera footage. No neighbors saw or even heard anything. And that's a lot, 'cause over here, everyone is nosy and knows everyone and everything at all hours.
My family has two people, me and my mother. My mother's a teacher. She teaches literature in high school. I was still a middle school student at the time. Usually after a stressful day, my mother would go out with her friends. About 2 a.m. she came home, reeking of beer. On the occasion of her wearing nice clothes, she wanted me to take pictures for her. The front of my house is mostly a large glass door with iron bars crossed to make a frame. She modelled in front of the door. After a while, I reviewed what I'd just taken. Everything seemed so normal until one picture that I noticed something strange. There's a white streak behind the glass door next to my mother's face. I tried to take a closer look. Unmistakably, it's a face. A white face with two black eyes looking straight into the camera in a creepy way. So black that it seems to be just an eye socket and a toothless wide mouth. Everything seems to be twisted into the center of the face. I have a feeling that this is not something that should exist, like I just saw something I shouldn't have, but it's clearly appearing right in front of my eyes. I started to feel cold. The more I looked, the more scared I became. My mother noticed and wanted to see what I just took. I told her there was someone behind the door. She yelled at me, called me nonsense, but I know my eyes don't deceive me. And of course her reaction confirmed everything. Her face darkened. She immediately sobered up, told me to remember to close and lock the door, turn off all the lights, and tell me to go to my bedroom. She also immediately entered her room and closed the door. The next day I checked the camera again. I couldn't find the picture. Maybe she deleted it. Since then, she and I have not talked about this anymore. It's been behind my mind for so many years. I really want to tell someone. It's probably crazy enough for you not to believe me, but I know I haven't lost my mind. I know what I've seen. And even my imagination is not an element here because she saw it too. My family doesn't worship anything and I'm not so superstitious, nor do I believe in ghosts, but it was an event that 8 years later I still can't forget. To give some background information, I'm spiritual. If you don't know what that is, spirituality involves the recognition of a feeling or a sense of belief that there is something greater than myself, something more to being human than the sensory experience. I believe in souls, spirit guides, and reincarnation, etc. My friend is a medium and can connect with spirit guides and also ghosts and souls. My friend and I were hanging out at her place. We
had the house to ourselves and decided to do a session. She was doing a session on me, and I asked normal questions like, what's my future like, and so on. Until I asked a question about one of my friends. This friend of mine had some trouble and has been battling depression, anxiety, and some other things. I asked if we could try and connect with her spirit guides and ask what was happening to her. We tried that. Bad idea. My friend who was doing the session had her eyes closed and was holding my hand. Her face started to twitch in an uncomfy way, but I didn't want to disturb her, so I said nothing. Suddenly, the room we were in had this weird vibe, an unwelcoming vibe, just a very unpleasant vibe. She suddenly stood up from the couch where we were sitting on, and she went to grab some incense lights and started saying, "You're not welcome here. Get out of my house." I've never experienced anything like this, as I was new to all of this at the time. Suddenly, this terrible feeling came rushing to me. I don't know how to describe it. I think anyone that met a ghost or a soul knows what I'm talking about. The best way I can put it is trapped. I felt trapped. No matter where I went in the room, I felt trapped and small, like I was someone's prey, like I was being watched. Thankfully, my friend got this ghost soul out of the house, and we sat down to talk about what just happened. My friend told me this is what is called a clinging spirit. It's a spirit that feeds on negativity and sadness, or, in my friend's case, her depression and anxiety. My friend told me what she saw afterwards. To understand this, you need to understand the floor plan. So, right as you enter the house, there's a staircase that goes upstairs, and on the right is the kitchen, and on the left is the living room where we were. Neither of these rooms has doors. It's just a wall with a hole in it. The living room couch is at the opposite end of this entranceway, and so you have to have a full view from there. My friend said in the doorway she saw this tall and skinny black goo. It has no face, but it had the shape of a woman's body. The moment it appeared in the doorway, it started screaming at my friend, and like a very loud, painful screaming, a horror movie scream. The moment she opened her eyes, the ghost wasn't there, but the feeling of its presence was. That's also what I felt. After all this happened, we called my friend's mom and sister, and we slept in the guest room, as we were too afraid to go upstairs to my friend's bedroom. We were 15 when this happened.
This happened some time ago in the early 2000s. It's not made up. I really experienced these events, even if they sound crazy. My parents were going through a rough patch, and my dad had moved out of the house. I was in high school at the time. It started out one night, my mom and I were watching TV. It sounded like scratching noises, heavy dragging noises in the attic, and we immediately assumed raccoons. I don't remember the timeline exactly, but we kept hearing the noise, and each time, maybe a few nights later or a week later, the noise slowly crossed from one end of the attic all the way to the other end of the house. My mom did have a company come check for animals, but they didn't find any. Then the real scary stuff started happening. I was asleep one night and woke up to a figure next to my bed. My best description is a shadow person. I slowly grabbed my blanket and covered myself up with just a peephole to watch it. It was entirely black and even darker than the dark room around it, and it looked like the darkness was slowly steaming off it. I was both amazed and terrified. I
I watched it for what felt like hours until it slowly backed out of my room. I was afraid to leave my bed, and eventually I fell asleep. The next morning at breakfast, my mom said she saw someone standing at the foot of her bed, and then I told her what I had seen. There was a heaviness in the house after that. Other times I remember waking up at night and hearing voices and whispering. Sometimes I could hear music playing like it was an old theater or something. When I peeked outside my room, the noises would cease. One night the dresser drawing at the foot of my bed slammed open and shut. Another night Mom started screaming in the middle of the night, and I grabbed my baseball bat and ran into her room. Just outside of her bedroom door was a chair, and I swear I saw this shadow sitting in it as I ran into her room. She told me someone has laid down on the bed next to her. As the events and encounters progressively got more frightening, we were afraid to stay in the house at night. I would sleep with all the lights on, or I couldn't sleep at all. We started spending the night in a hotel. Even in the daytime you would hear things like someone calling your name. I can't remember how long the haunting lasted, and I'm guessing at least 3-4 months had passed, and my mother was tired of being afraid in her own house, so she had the house blessed. Sometime in the next few days, my mom was heating up a cup of water or tea in the microwave, and it exploded in the microwave. I asked her how long she'd put it in the microwave, then boom, these loud scratching sounds ran down the walls around us, and a dark mist filled the house, the voices and whispers all around us. My mother and I grabbed each other's arms in horror. All these sounds were happening simultaneously, and then this very deep, unnatural voice began talking all over the house and all over the other noise. It was deep and unnatural, and if it was some sort of language, I've never heard anything like it, not even to this day. As my mother stood there and we looked down the hall towards the voice. Something was there like a fucking horror movie. It was quadrupedal, made of the darkness, like drawing with a Sharpie in the air. It had what looked like several rows of spines down its back, and then my mother started to pray, and so did I. The creature slowly backed down the hall and into a bedroom, and slowly all the noises and voices faded away, and the mist and the haze seemed to follow it down the hallway until everything returned to normal. I never saw or experienced anything again in that house. If anyone was curious, yes, when friends came over they would have experiences as well. I've had other experiences since then, but nothing like back then. I'm sure a lot of you reading this can relate to losing someone. I've definitely endured quite a bit of loss throughout my lifetime, though this specific one hit harder than ones before and has taken a while to come to terms with. In 2019, I received a phone call late at night from a close friend of mine, Levi. He wasn't the type to call, he was more of a texter, so when I saw his name flashing on my cell phone at 2 a.m, I knew it couldn't be good. I picked up the phone and walked out of my bedroom and went into the next room to take the call so I wouldn't wake up my girlfriend and our newborn. I was told within the first 20 seconds of the call that there'd been an accident and our friend Tyler was gone. I went from half asleep to wide awake in a split second. What? Gone? What the fuck does that even mean, Levi? I got shitty. I got pissed because I didn't believe him, until he told me again that Tyler was gone. There was an accident when he was driving and he was dead. He told me himself and a few others of our friends group were all at his house and told me I could come over if I wanted to. After we got off the phone, I fell to the floor. I was in a complete shock and disbelief. There's no way this is happening. This isn't real. A few moments later, I went back into my bedroom and picked up my 4-month-old sleeping son, walked downstairs to sit in our recliner and just bawled my eyes out for hours. Tyler had been texting me that night. He asked me what I was up to around 9 or 10. Myself and my girlfriend were just on the couch playing Overcooked on the Switch. I'd asked him the same about what he was doing. He responded that he was drunk. I assumed he was just at his house or another's. He was a very social dude and loved to be out and about drinking with people. He was loved by many and a friend to all. I'd removed myself mostly from that lifestyle because of getting into a serious relationship and having my first child. I'd fallen asleep while we were messaging back and forth, and his last message read, "You winning?" I never thought to ask where he was or if he needed a ride. He wrecked his truck on the way home from the bar that night, just an hour or so after that last message was sent to my phone. The guilt of not asking him if he was okay and if he needed a ride or anything, just assuming he was good. That guilt took over my life and consumed me to the point where I was now drinking heavily myself on a regular basis. Whiskey every single night, blacking out to numb the pain and guilt. I almost lost my job. I stopped taking care of myself. Most importantly, I stopped being a good partner and father. My girlfriend at one point had her car packed with all her belongings and my son's, telling me to say goodbye to him as I was wasted, sitting in my garage. Somehow I was fortunate enough that she ended up staying, and I slowly got my shit together. Fast forward to a few years later. Throughout this time, I would occasionally talk to Tyler, whether that be in my head silently or even out loud at times when I was alone, asking him to please tell me you're okay. Somehow find a way, please. I'd come to terms with his death, but I didn't have that closure and reassurance still, that if it makes any sense. I had a few dreams where I thought he was there, but it felt cloudy and I would forget a lot, if not all, the details of the said dream. However, a few months back, I had another dream, one so real, so vivid about him. This is strange and hard to explain, but we're all giant nerds coupled with heavy levels of sarcasm within my friends group. Stupid, childish, immature, sarcastic humour is the norm. So, when my dream started off with me and Tyler walking into a bathroom together and then both walking up to a toilet and seeing a huge turd, we both started yelling, "Poop!" and dying laughing. Weird, I know, but it was just us. Then all of a sudden, the back of the wall behind the toilet opened up like a door. Bathroom completely disappeared in front of us. The most amazing, beautiful scenery lay before me. Huge mountains, lush green grass, and gorgeous blue skies. Picture that first time in Breath of the Wild when Link walks up to the edge of the mountain and you get that first look of how beautiful that world was. Tyler turned to me and didn't say a word, but just looked at me. I knew instantly, without him even speaking, that he had got to leave. Go back into this place, and I couldn't follow him. "You don't have to go, man. Please don't. Stay here for a little longer." I was pleading with him. He still said nothing, just smiled and walked into that world and kept eye contact with me as the door closed back up. The dream immediately faded to black and I woke up. Tyler was 27 when he left us. He was a great friend, and we spent so much time together over the years, and good times far outweighing the bad. And I could spend hours telling stories about the stupid shit we got into and somehow got out of. This is the first time I've told this story, and I know it's long-winded, and after some other stories I heard about similar experience, I thought this would be the best time to share mine and get it off my chest. I believe he visited me that last time to tell me he's okay. Tyler, I love you, man. I miss you. Every single fucking day. I cannot wait till we meet again, my friend. Last year in 2021, the Sunday after Thanksgiving, I was sleeping by my girlfriend in her apartment. It was probably around 3 or 4 a.m. I got up to use the restroom, kind of had a hard time going back to sleep. So, maybe 5 minutes or so after getting back into bed, I was laying on my back with my head facing left towards the wall. I had my left arm raised over my head, hanging off the edge of the bed. My girlfriend was sleeping with her back facing me, and my right arm was on my stomach. It was dead silent. My girlfriend has a loud little dog who barks at anyone that walks by the front door. I didn't hear no footsteps, no voice, or form of movement. All of a sudden, I feel someone grab my left hand that's hanging off the bed. At first, I thought it was my girlfriend, so I didn't think much of it at first, until I realized that my left hand is on the opposite side. I opened my eyes, but I could only see from my right eye because my left eye was blocked by my arm. Without turning my head, I saw a man through a mirror on the wall. His face was painted white, pasty white. He had shoulder-length hair that was curly and a light dirty brown colour hair. I could only see with the nightlight in my room illuminated. It was definitely a white man with very strong built body type. He had no clothes on from what I could tell, and he was holding something in his right hand. It was like a stick with something bushy at the end, and it was hovering above my stomach. Man, I thought somebody broke into the apartment or something, I don't know, but still no noise at all, no movement, and the grip of his hand was not hard at all. I was looking at him for a good, 10 seconds. I finally worked up the courage to turn my head and get a visual of this man, but he vanished. And when I looked back the other way, the mirror I saw him through vanished as well. I woke up my girlfriend immediately and told her what happened. I don't know if this has anything to do with what happened, but I'm Native American, and when I told my traditional relatives about it, they gave me a possible answer to what I saw. I live in the heart of a city in Arizona, by the way. If you guys have any questions, I'll try my best to answer, but I'm sorry if I have this formatted annoyingly. This is my first post. I've only told a few people about this. I was on vacation at the Edgewater Hotel in Gatlinburg, Tennessee with my family, and we were in the hot tub, which was indoors. In this indoor area was also a swimming pool and hotel rooms lined up next to the pool. My parents needed to go to our hotel room for some reason, which was about a 15-second walk away, and they left me alone in the hot tub. I was the only one there in the entire pool area. I was enjoying the hot tub and decided to walk around in it, and as I was walking towards the middle of the hot tub, my feet slipped from under me and I discovered it was much deeper than I thought when I sank to the bottom of it, and for some reason I couldn't gain any footing. I remember panicking and flailing, trying to reach the surface, and my feet kept slipping at the bottom. I very quickly reached the point where I couldn't hold my breath any longer. This may sound crazy, but I very vividly remember breathing in water at this point, and as in I inhaled water, not swallowed, but actually inhaled a half breath worth of water. I still remember the sensation of water entering my lungs, but there was no pain. I then had the realization that I was about to die, and in that moment I felt a hand grab mine and pull me out of the water. I looked up and there was an old man smiling at me. I looked back at him in shock for several seconds, speechless, before saying, "Thank you." He continued smiling and never said a word. I then ran to the hotel where I found my parents arguing about something. I tried to tell them what just happened, but they wouldn't let me speak. Then I ran back out to try to find a man who saved me, and I couldn't find him. I even went to the reception area and asked if they had seen an old man pass by, and no one had seen him. I realized at this point that it was an angel that saved me. How my 6-year-old brain knew this, I don't know, but I still have no doubt that it truly was an angel and not a person who saved me. I began to get a bit self-conscious of my weight. I wasn't overweight, but I certainly wasn't skinny either. High school had long since passed, and my metabolism curtly reminded me that I couldn't keep eating the same careless way without putting at least a nominal effort into shedding some pounds. After a few rounds of publicly embarrassing myself at the local gym, I decided to try something a little easier. I lived within walking distance of a beautiful park and began hiking. It had a variety of trails, of which the beginner trails were the only ones even close to my skill level. I could take a nice walk at my own pace, away from the judgmental eyes of meathead gym rats with listening to some audiobooks. It wasn't going to result in drastic weight loss by any means, but at least it was some sort of physical activity. I soon realized hiking wasn't all that bad, and if you could put aside the sweating and the bug bites. Oh God, the bug bites. The fresh air and pleasant scenery relaxed me, and the low-impact cardio would definitely help to jumpstart my sluggish metabolism. I was tearing through audiobooks at record speed, and I found myself nearly finished with what had seemingly been an unending list of them. I'm sure most people would have preferred to have just basked in the glory of nature, listening to the chirping of birds and the rustling of leaves, but I'm the sort of individual who feels as though if I wasn't constantly multitasking, I was wasting my time. My small slice of forest, which really wasn't all that much of a forest at all, was only a few miles from suburbia in any direction, and as a result had no issues of threatening wildlife like bears or cougars. If we did, I'd never heard or encountered them. There may be a pack of coyotes roaming in the woods that the trails cut through, but even if I heard them coming, I doubted I would have any chance of getting away. The earbuds stayed in on my walks, my mother's warnings of stranger danger and to always be completely aware of your surroundings be damned. I generally wasn't one to take risks or put myself in potentially dangerous situation. Hiking in the woods was on the very edge of my comfort zone. I reasoned that as long as I stayed on the trail, everything would be fine. it would be nearly impossible to get lost or injured. After a few months of my new hobby, I was on a trail I had traversed countless times. My wireless earbuds died, and I mentally scolded myself for forgetting to charge them the night before. I decided I would just cut my walk short for that day. As I took the silent earbuds out and made an about face, heading back where I came from, I heard something. A sound so faint, it was nearly imperceptible. After a few seconds it came again, still distant but audible enough that if I still held and strained my ears, I could just barely make it out. It sounded like a symphony of tinkling bells, certainly not something that would naturally occur in the forest. I'd just begun to walk away when I heard it again. There was no mistaking it. That was definitely bells. It sounded like those little Christmas sleigh bells my mom used to hang on the door around the holidays. It was mildly curious, sure, but my interest had waned and I began to walk away once more. After all, it was just a hint of bells in the woods. A cat probably got its collar caught on a bush and the wind was making the little bell ring, I reasoned. What stopped me for the third time was a flash of white flickering through the trees, coinciding perfectly with the peal of bells. For some reason, unbeknownst to me, I held my breath and counted. After 5 seconds, I saw that flash of white again, the bell sound following suit. Now, the bells were louder, almost as if the source had grown closer. My curiosity overriding my sense of self-preservation, I did something I regret to this day. I took a few steps off the trail towards the sound. I thought if I just kept the trail in my line of sight and didn't stray too far, I'd be fine, Carefully taking a few steps into the overgrown wilderness, mincing my way through the branches and roots, I froze, glancing around, trying to spot the source of the strange noise. At first, I didn't see anything. I heard the bells now chiming in 5 seconds intervals and thought I saw the wind flutter leaves in front of me at the same time the bells rang. My blood ran cold as I realized my mistake. The source of movement wasn't leaves, but something else. 4 figures of what appeared to be masses of moss and lichen took a single lurching step forward every 5 seconds. They were vaguely human-shaped blobs of green and brown. It reminded me a bit of those ghillie suits I've seen soldiers wear on TV, though I couldn't think of any logical scenario in which soldiers would be in the woods wearing ghillie suits and ringing bells. I should have just walked away from the odd sight, gone home and taken a nice nap. Instead, I remained motionless, studying the strange moss shapes. Something about the way they were moving unsettled me on a primal level. The forest floor was covered in fallen branches and other obstacles, yet every time they moved it looked as if they simply glided across the forest floor. Each step covered an unnatural amount of distance. They weren't particularly tall, they yet moved with a curiously strange large stride. I shook my head, wondering if this was heat-stroke-induced hallucinations. There must be a reasonable explanation. Perhaps a strange military training exercise, or some weird kids playing dress-up, or, on the extreme, a cult doing some messed up ritual stuff. A second sound weaved its way to my ears. In addition to the bells, there now seemed to be singing. I couldn't make out words nor the tune, yet it was distinctly musical all the same. In the front of the moss figures stood yet another figure. This one, instead of various mosses, wore a sheet of simple white fabric. This time, as the moss figures simultaneously took their lunging step forward and the bells rang once more, the white figure appeared. It twirled, like a ballerina doing a pirouette before disappearing so quickly I would have missed it if I had blinked. When it appeared once more and did its strange little spin, the white fabric clung slightly to the face of whatever remained beneath the fabric. The moment I glimpsed the ghostly visage, my body was no longer my own. I froze, my jaw slack and my arms hanging limply at my sides. After 5 seconds, I took a step forward, doing a perfect pirouette in tandem with the white figure. My mind was in a haze. I wasn't concerned in the slightest by the lack of control over my own body. With each ring of the tinkling bells, I stepped closer to the moss figures until I had fallen in line with them. It felt like I was experiencing everything in the third person, watching myself walking and twirling every 5 seconds like a well-trained pet. The strange, implacable musical tone rose to a crescendo, growing more urgent with every rendition. It was a beautiful song, the most beautiful thing I've ever heard. Paired with the bells, I never wanted to hear anything else. Only a few moments had passed and I was already more than comfortable tossing away my life to fall in line with these piles of moss, twirling through the woods. As I moved, I lost track of time. As the strange march continued, the forest started to change colours, or more accurately, the colours became more vibrant. The greens transformed into a lime instead of the usual emerald tone of the woods. The sunlight pierced through the leaves in beams of glittering orange, iridescently shining in such breathtaking shades. If this was a dream, I was happy to remain in it forever. Soon I started to hum along with the song, simultaneously not knowing the words and yet knowing nothing but them. I was hardly aware of my body. My feet moved, yet I didn't feel them touch the ground. I felt nothing aside from the sun rays caressing my face. When I did catch brief glimpses of my arms, I saw a flash of green winding its way up my fingertips towards my arms. Somewhere, buried in the deepest recesses of my being, a part of myself was screaming, fighting to get back in control. If I didn't get away, would I become moss like the ones I was following behind? Is that what my fingers were turning into? It looked too bright to me, moss, but I didn't want to take any chances. I needed to leave before things escalated. That aware part of myself was so small it nearly didn't register. I didn't think I could break out of this march. I'd already succumbed to the peaceful feelings and beauty surrounding me. There was no point in going back to my normal life. That small part of myself should just accept it and be silent so I could just fall asleep. It did feel like falling asleep, like I was wrapped in a warm pile of blankets, a cool oasis with rain pattering around me. That feeling of a perfect time to sleep, I wanted nothing more than just to let that feeling take me under. Then a thought came from the minuscule part of me still resisting. What had gotten me to come closer to start with? It wasn't the bells, not really. I could have walked away at any time until I saw that flash of white, that flash of a face under that white sheet. Suddenly, an urge stronger than just submitting myself completely seeped through. I saw a face. I couldn't remember what that face looked like, only that I needed to see it again. That urge was the only thing that saved me. When the next set of bells came, I willed myself to take a bigger step forward, needing to get to the front of the line, needing to overtake the blankets of moss. None seemed to notice I was getting closer and disrupting the order of things. When I should have been one step away from bumping into one of the moving blankets of moss, I took another step with a twirl, finding myself in front of it. They didn't step aside from me. They didn't react. I didn't even remember passing them, and yet I was in the middle of the line. My humming was faltering and falling out of sync as I was focusing so much on taking larger steps. Fighting through the hazy, dreamlike state that overcame me, I kept going. The urge of that mystery face, my sole motivation. With each step, the colours began to flicker and warp. The beautiful forest I had just seen moments before was becoming duller, leaching back through the normal colours. Seeing that beauty fade caused such a deep ache in my chest, I nearly abandoned my quest of seeing the white figure's face. That ever-growing conscious part of me, I felt like just the smallest of glances of the white figure would be worth it. The song was fading the closer I got to the front line. When I finally was in front of the last moss blanket, I only heard the normal forest sounds. It took every ounce of willpower not to twirl when I heard the bell. My body screamed in protest, my muscles crying out as if some force was tugging at them all at once to move. Still, I stayed, waiting in agony for the white shape to appear. When it did, I was in such pain I didn't even see the face hidden under the sheet. Knowing I would not be able to have another chance, I reached out my hand trying to touch the sheet before it faded. I would either faint from the pain or be forced back into the march. My fingers touched the soft fabric the moment before our leader faded. It broke the routine and turned its face to look at me. All my pain went away and my breath caught as I looked at the most beautiful thing I had ever seen. Beyond those colours of the forest I saw before, beyond any human might have ever laid eyes on. Nothing could ever have the right to hold that much wonder, and yet it was right in front of me. Colours around me rushed in, making me wonder if I was going to be part of the march again, but that calm feeling only lasted a second. The face that was looking over at me gave a shocked expression. A small intake of air was heard, then the face melted away into pure, clean water. The water dropped to the ground, the dirt absorbing it in seconds. The white sheet in my hand faded away, leaving me alone and confused in the woods. The sense of loss that was carved into my chest was so deep it drowned out all other sensation. After a few seconds of confusion, I looked around, realizing I was not on the trail. Pain came flooding into my limbs. My legs felt like they were on fire and the soles of my feet throbbed. Sweat stung the numerous scratches covering my face. I felt like I was moments away from collapsing. I forced myself to stay awake, to try and figure out what was going on and recall why I was so beat up. Looking around, I saw no traces of the moss figures or anything that could tell me what had transpired. I felt like I walked for days. My throat was so dry, I couldn't speak or try to call for help. Stumbling forward, each step a miniature battle. If I lost a single one, I would die in that forest. When my body did finally collapse, I was so exhausted and dehydrated, I wasn't even aware I found the trail again. I looked like the Walking Dead and felt like it. Clothing torn from the brushes, bug bites all over, and any exposed flesh scratched. I was in a sorry state when a family found me on the trail. Without them, I may very well have died. I woke up in the hospital, equally as confused as the police. I was missing for 3 days. As far as they could tell, I spent those 3 days just walking aimlessly in the woods. They questioned me, seeing if I somehow got lost or walked off on purpose. I didn't have a believable answer for them, so I just lied. I told them I went off the trail for a washroom break in the middle of the hike and didn't remember much of what happened after. It was the best I could come up with. I felt as if it could be the truth. What I saw could have been a dream while I was in the hospital. It did feel so very dreamlike after all. After recovering, I was very close to convincing myself that my brain just made up the moving moss blankets and that face, and I was so desperately wanted to see again. Weeks after the incident, I was in bed at home staring at the ceiling. I found it hard to sleep no matter how long I tossed and turned. I just stared up in the dark, almost as if my body was waiting for something my brain wasn't aware of. I haven't gone hiking since. I avoid any kind of wooded area. I was now terrified at just how easily I fell under the spell of whatever I came across in the woods. Real or not, I didn't want to risk it. My window was open, letting the sounds of the leaves rustling drift into my room. Along with the normal sounds of the night, I heard it. Some bells. I shot up in bed, straining to hear more, counting to 5 and gripping my blankets in anticipation over the bells that never came. Staying awake for hours, I didn't give up hearing it. I counted to 5 over and over again until I drifted off to sleep. The incident in the woods remained in the back of my mind as the years passed. I sometimes thought I heard the bells in the wind during warm summer days. Only recently have I started to hear them more clearly. My boots have been sitting by the door untouched. Every time I hear those chimes, I find myself automatically moving towards them. I fear someday I won't be able to stop myself, that I'll just put on my hiking boots for the last time and go back into those woods, trying to find that figure hiding such a perfect face under that white sheet. I hear the bells more often now, and who knows when that day is going to arrive. I feel as if it might be soon.